front row sometimes have difficulty to hear us. So we start our session, and I kindly ask also to close the door. So I think most people already arrived. So it's the second day of the conference. Again, I would like to use this opportunity to thank all participants. We have people coming from the remote corners and making long travels to Azerbaijan, and we appreciate that. I think the first day of conference manifested that such undertaking is important. I would like to thank for all contributions. We had interesting deliberations on many important issues, on many important aspects of Islamophobia. I also would like to underline that some of the discussions which we had, they manifested, they showed some important elements of our discussion. It is, for example, yesterday afternoon session, at the discussion, one speaker spoke about Islamophobia in the context of the discrimination. In the context of discrimination, not only against Muslims, because what now they're facing some of the Muslim communities, we see in theories like great replacement theories. It can be about Jews, it can be about, for example, some language-speaking communities, for example, Latinos. And it also can be vice versa, about the discrimination of Christians in some of our countries. So some of these theoretic discussions brought the issue of general discrimination. So that's why I appreciate the fact that among us we have people of other faith. We have yesterday, especially during the first sessions, we had people of different denominations, some of them local, some of them coming from abroad. Today we have our good friend from Georgia, the representative Orthodox Church. So indeed, somehow it reflects Azerbaijan because it's the multi-confessional country, multi-ethnic country. So when we're speaking about the Islamophobia as a global phenomenon, we're speaking about also, of course, some local or regional peculiarities, as we spoke yesterday about the problems in Europe, in some European countries. The topic of today's discussion, the intersection of colonialism, new imperialism, and Islamophobia, historical and contemporary perspectives. New imperialism has different aspects. Mostly when we're speaking about imperialism, we speak about the former colonial powers, France, Britain, and others. Some that are modern, still countries which pursue colonial policies, which sometimes invade neighboring countries or claim the territory of neighboring countries. But also, I think in our region, in the South Caucasus, we faced with the sort of regional imperialism, when the small countries claimed historical past, claimed territories which, in their view, belonged 2,000 years ago to them. And Azerbaijan faced such irredentism. Armenia and Armenian nationalists, when they launched the campaign against Azerbaijan, one of the core elements was Great Armenia, the concept of Great Armenia, which comprises territories of the South Caucasus, Middle East, and many countries in the Middle East. So we're also facing with a kind of the small imperialism in our region, and one of our speakers at the panel will be speaking today about this. But let me start with Ms. Yasmin Zain. Do you spell correctly? Zin or Zain? Zin. Yasmin Zin from Canada. Professor of Sociology and the Muslim Studies option, Wilfrid Laurier University. She will be speaking about her topic, gendering Orientalism, colonialism, imperialism, and Islamophobia. And I would like to remind speakers about time limits, 5-7 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to take part in this important conference commemorating the International Day for Combating Islamophobia. Before I begin, I just want to say that I'm not feeling very well, and so I've asked to speak first in case I might have to leave after. And if I do, I apologize to my co-panelists for any disruption. But I'm also going to rely on my notes today as well. So for today's presentation, I'll be tracing how Muslim women have been constituted within Islamophobic imaginaries in ways that have authorized colonial campaigns and imperial military interventions and continue to inform contemporary cultural politics. Following Edward Said's caution, the subtext to this presentation is the reminder that these images and tropes are never innocent. Rather, they find expression in anti-Muslim policies and practices within what I call Islamophobic ethno-nationalist states. So I'm joining you here today from Canada, where Islamophobia has reached deadly proportions. We've had 2 terror attacks against Canadian Muslims. Both attacks took place at the hands of white nationalists and white men. The first took place on January 29th, 2017, in a Quebec mosque where 6 Muslim men were gunned down after evening prayers. The second attack took place June 6th, 2021, in London, Ontario, where a Pakistani-Canadian Muslim family were mowed down by a truck while taking an evening stroll in their neighborhood, killing 4 members of the family that represented 3 generations. The Muslim women in this family were wearing headscarves, which would have identified them as Muslim and may have made them a target for this attack. So it's important to consider how gendered Islamophobia is increasingly putting Muslim women in peril. I want to briefly trace some of the imagery through which Muslim women have been negatively represented through colonial and imperial motifs that act in service of the political goals involved in these campaigns. Colonial-era travelogues, literary works, paintings, and photographs tell a story of the Muslim woman as an archetypal set of contradictory figures and motifs that were objects of fascination and desire for Europeans. These archetypes include the odalisque and exotic and seductive herring girl. The courtesan is another type of image, and they're commonly depicted bathing or reclining in diaphanous clothing in French, German, and British paintings. And they contrast with the image of the cloistered, veiled, and secluded woman of the seraglio. Each of these archetypes resonated in different ways with the masculinist colonial project of imperial conquest and the ambivalent psychological underpinnings of patriarchal desire, sexual curiosity, and a disavowal of difference that these encounters invoked. Europe's colonization of the Islamic world enacted a whole new political economy that had its own discursive ideological subtext. Muslim women entered that imaginative geography of the Orient as both an object of desire and a repressed maiden in need of rescue. The latter trope was used to gain consent and justification for colonial intervention to rescue Muslim women from their, what was believed to be their anachronistic and misogynistic worlds. So while Orientalist images of Muslim women represent the colonial masculinist gaze, some Western feminist tropes also act in service of neo-imperial goals. For example, there's been a proliferation of books promising to take the Western reader behind or beyond the veil of Muslim society and demystify the lives of Muslim women that have been fodder for a fetishistic voyeurism rooted in Orientalist and a feminist preoccupation with unveiling Muslim women's bodies and lives. So this genre of literary and scholarly work has been termed imperialist feminism. And it's a standpoint which claims solidarity with racialized women of the global South, but instead contributes to the stereotyping of these cultures as barbaric and uncivilized. So this is where feminism colludes with Orientalism, or Western feminism, I should say, colludes with Orientalism. So it becomes that space of empirical rescue and the white feminist savior complex. So through this lens, Muslim women are viewed with a mixture of imperialist fascination and humanist pity. Muslim women's lives and experiences are held in a seemingly irreconcilable tension with dominant Western sensibilities and democratic imperatives. So some examples of this can also be seen. Some of these archetypes are deployed during times of war and through certain kinds of imperial advertising. So for example, in these images here, American women entered the military theater of war around the Persian Gulf War and were heralded as Western emblems of female emancipation, upholding the military-industrial complex, while Muslim women were positioned as a foil for modernity, symbolizing a debased form of womanhood in need of feminist role models to uplift them from their racial degeneracy. So you can see in the ads here those that are depicting a Muslim woman wearing a hijab, and in the ad in the middle, she's juxtaposed with a sort of, feisty and modern Western woman. The woman on the far left and her hat has an American flag in another version of this ad, and the script underneath the Muslim woman veiled in black is talking about how they are submissive and obedient, silent, and voiceless. So these kinds of tropes juxtaposed with the images of American female soldiers was a common narrative around this period. So moving a bit forward, 9/11 and the War on Terror prompted feminist scholarly engagement with the gendered practices of imperialist war. The book that's pictured here is called Engendering the War on Terror, War Stories and Camouflage Politics. And it was one of the first scholarly edited collections to address imperialist feminist concerns and challenge the militaristic politics of the global war on terror. I wrote a chapter for this book called Between Orientalism and Fundamentalism, The Politics of Muslim Women's Feminist Engagement. And I felt it was important to acknowledge the dual oppressions that Muslim women face in terms of Western Orientalism and imperial war on the one hand, and patriarchal religious authority on the other. And so it is within this terrain that Muslim women occupy this space where, as the quote says here, discourses of race, gender, and religion have scripted the terms of engagement on the war on terror. As a result, Muslim women feminists and activists must engage with the dual oppressions of gendered Islamophobia that has revitalized Orientalist tropes and representations of backward, oppressed, and politically immature women in need of liberation, as well as the challenges of religious extremism and Puritan discourses that allow equally limiting narratives of Islamic womanhood that compromise their human rights and liberty. The challenge of this dynamic also meant that when Muslim women publicly challenged sexism and misogyny in their communities, these revelations are taken up in a climate of anti-Muslim racism and Islamophobia to confirm the worst fears about the dangerous and repressive Muslim man. So a case in point of looking at where Muslim women are, between the space of Orientalism and fundamentalism. A case in point is this one here with Mahsa Amini in Iran. And so this case became Iran's George Floyd moment. And it took place when 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's morality police on September 13th of last year for improperly wearing her hijab. And according to her family and local media, she was severely beaten. She died 3 days later while in police custody. After the reports of this horrific incident emerged, protests emerged across Iran. They were led by women who tore off their hijabs, cut their hair, and adopted the rallying cry of women, life, and freedom. So the power of Amini's death, however, and the reason for her inclusion in the Forbes list of world's 100 most powerful women is that her death sparked an outcry against the regime's treatment of women, and it evolved into a revolutionary movement calling for a regime change that was recognized across the world. So you can see some of the images here of the Iranian women who were protesting on these grounds. But not long after, this Iranian women's movement was co-opted by Western women, and as we see in this photo, prominent French actresses like Juliette Binoche and Marion Cotillard, who are pictured here, and several others shared their performative Instagram moment of cutting pieces of their hair in a show of solidarity with oppressed Muslim women in Iran. This Western imperialist feminist display shows the selectivity of their solidarity with Muslim women, since their efforts aim only to challenge religious patriarchal state authority and its repression of Muslim women's rights to dress as they please. But they say nothing about France's coerced unveiling policies and how the state-sanctioned racism limits Muslim women's freedom and autonomy there. I just want to point out briefly that when we talk about gendered Orientalism, and we often think of France and their veiling policies, but where I come from in Canada, Quebec also has similar policies. And in Canada, secularism is very much a racial project that has its roots in the nation's white settler colonial history. And it's enacted what I call a form of sartorial nationalism, whereby citizenship and national belonging become determined sartorially. Veiling is seen to undermine dominant democratic and secular values, and only dress codes that signify belonging and allegiance to these values are permitted. As a result, veiled Muslim women are rendered as illiberal and unimaginable as citizens. And so this is the images here about Bill 21 in Quebec, which prohibits religious expression in the public sphere, and anyone holding any kind of public or civil employment, teachers, police officers, legislators, and so on, are not allowed to wear hijab as a result of Bill 21. What the Western imperialist feminists also don't take into account or don't seem to be committed to addressing is what the state-sponsored violence and plight of Uyghur women in China. So the Uyghurs in general are facing what has been termed ethnic cleansing, crimes against humanity, and genocide, which has been underwritten by the global war on terror and countering violent extremism efforts. But they are facing forced sterilization, forced abortion, forced marriage, systematic rape, as well as religious repression, biopolitical surveillance, and incarceration. But we see very little from the imperialist feminists who were very willing to cut their hair and show of solidarity, but we don't see the same solidarity extended to Muslim women in China, for example. And this is just an image that shows that space between Orientalism and fundamentalism that Muslim women must navigate this fraught nexus.
1 minute, please.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up quickly, but I wanted to talk about some of the tropes and ideologies that underpin gendered Islamophobia. I'm just going to speak quickly to the last three, which is the idea that multiculturalism is bad for women. Susan Mahler-Oken's famous essay, which said that women's rights and freedoms are sacrificed on the altar of multiculturalism, since these policies have allowed anti-women cultures to run amok. Also, the saving brown women from brown men, Spivak's formulation used to signify the imperial rescue impulse in order to save what Razak has talked about, imperiled Muslim women from dangerous Muslim men. And the notion of femo-nationalism, Sarah Faris has talked about as right-wing nationalists who are instrumentalizing feminism to stigmatize Muslims under the guise of championing women's rights. I'm just going to go over a couple of more very quickly. I want to signal how these narratives are both biopolitical and civilizational, and how Muslim women play into each of these kinds of scripts. So the biopolitical narratives we heard a bit about yesterday in terms of demographic replacement, race replacement theory, Muslim overpopulation myths, and so on. And then there's also the clash of civilizations that invokes civilizational danger. The idea that Muslim minorities are threatening the nation with dangerous cultures and goals for global domination through a triumphalist Islam. What's significant about all of these is that Muslim women are a dual menace in these narratives. Their reproductive fears that their bodies generate as incubators of future radicals or terrorists is the biopolitical end, and they also represent through their cultural dress and beliefs a civilizational danger to the West. So Muslim women are very strategically placed within these Islamophobic conspiracy theories and imaginaries. Some of the photos there give you that idea of the pregnant woman whose belly is a bomb, and the other image of the mushroom bomb and pregnant Muslim women in burqas and so on. So we get this idea. I won't go too quickly, but the issue of love jihad was also talked about yesterday, and that's also a narrative, a biopolitical and civilizational fear or narrative where demographic replacement meets the clash of civilizations. I'll just skip over because I don't have time. I just want to mention also the ISIS brides as a new sort of trope, and there's been neo-imperial trope of countering violent extremism and securitization. There's an excellent book by Leonie Jackson called The Monstrous and the Vulnerable, which looks at British media representations of the so-called jihadi brides. And what she found through her analysis of the metaphors was that these women were represented in a variety of ways that made them seem irredeemably evil, monstrous, or vulnerable and naive. And the kind of the metaphors that were used invoked natural disasters, using terms like waves and floods, toxicity, they were referred to as poison and viruses, and even supernatural tropes that they were under the enchanted spells of evil men. And so these representations continue to create moral panic, and where the political climate allowed for the revocation of citizenship of some of these women, and others faced worse consequences. So in conclusion, in this brief tracing of the antecedents of contemporary gendered Islamophobic tropes, I want to highlight the repressive and violent policies and practices that they support and enable. As we continue to map the ways that contemporary formations of Islamophobia are being purveyed, these legacies and genealogies remind us of the deep roots from which gendered Islamophobic narratives have developed as they continue to grow and maintain social, discursive, and political currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. I have to mention that you spoke about the concept of Orientalism and gender issues. I made my PhD in Canada, so I was introduced to the concept of Orientalism by Canadian instructors. And it happened also that I was ambassador of Azerbaijan in Canada about 10 years ago. Unfortunately, the path which we see some of the provinces, for example, Quebec, the rising Islamophobia, and you mentioned this bill about, what they call it on secularism. So it's indeed under the very nice title, we see in the suppression of some of the religious sentiments. Thank you very much. Again, I ask kindly all speakers to keep the limit because we are behind the schedule. Presentation is so interesting, I don't want to interrupt, but I have to. So our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Mats Mohi Abdul Hamid from Iraq, Director of the Republican Center for Strategic Studies. And his presentation is entitled Armenia and the Dilemma of Creating Hatred Against Azerbaijan and Islam in Particular. The floor is yours, sir.
شكرا جزيلا رئيس الجلسة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية الإسلام لكم والأخوة الحضور. نشكر وأيضا مرة ثانية لحسن الضيافة والاستقبال والدعوة الكريمة باسم مركز الجمهوري للدراسات الاستراتيجية في بغداد. هنالك أقدم لكم أجمل التحايا والتبريكات. بحثي سوف أشارك به تحت عنوان أرمينيا والإسلاموفوبيا عبر الإعلام الأرمني الموجه خلال الحرب 44 يوما التي حدثت قبل سنتين. لطالما كان الصراع بين أرمينيا وأذربيجان الذي شهد تغيرات جذرية بعد حرب قرباغ الثانية التي استمرت 44 يوما من 10 أيلول سبتمبر إلى 10 تشرين الثاني نوفمبر، قائما على مفهوم التحيز الأساسي في وسائل الإعلام الغربية والأرمنية خصوصا، والذي يرجع جزئيا إلى التصور الديني والانقسام الأيديولوجي. يقول في هذا الصدد الرئيس الأذربيجاني الأستاذ إلهام عليف في حديث في أذرتاج، يقول: يشكل الإسلاموفوبيا والتركوفوبيا أساس الأيديولوجية الرسمية ليريفان. لقد تعرضت مدينة أغدام الكبيرة للتدمير لدرجة أن خبراء أجانب وصفوها بأن هيروشيما القوقاز. دمرت أرمينيا 65 مسجداً من أصل 67 مسجداً خلال فترة الاحتلال، وتضرر المسجدان المتبقيان بشكل خطير واستخدم كحظيرة الخنازير، وأنا شاهدتها بنفسي وكتبت عن ذلك في كتاب شوشة جوهرة أذربيجان. هذه إهانة للعالم الإسلامي بأسره. تظهر الحقائق لدينا من خلال استقصاء الإعلام الأرمني خصوصا في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وبقية الدول العربية. نجد هنالك لوبي أرمني كبير جدا يحرف الحقائق التاريخية ويحرف كذلك ما حدث خلال حرب 44 يوم، وهذا نجده تأكيد على أن لا نحاور جانب مظلم من التاريخ الأرمني الذي احتل هذه الجزء الكبير من أذربيجان، وأقصد بها قرباغ، وانتصر الجيش الأذربيجاني خلال فترة الحرب، ولكن نجد هنالك سموم الدعاية الأرمينية التي لا تزال موجودة في كل الإعلام الغربي. الحقائق تظهر أن الأرمن دائما يوجهون هذه الحقائق المفبركة عن طريق وسائل الاتصال وعن طريق الإعلام، وكذلك في الحياة الاجتماعية والسياسية والتعليم. وفي السياق نجد أن هنالك قوة استراتيجية تؤيد هذا الموقف الأرمني في الإعلام الفرنسي مثلا، وكذلك الإعلام الأسترالي والإعلام حتى في اللبناني الموجود تسيطر عليه مافيات إعلامية أرمنية كذلك. وهذا هو التدخل، يعتبر في رأيي تدخل في الشأن الأذربيجاني الداخلي، لا وجود صوت للصحافة الأذربيجانية في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، وخصوصا نحن نقرأ كل الصحافة العربية إلا ما ندر. هنالك حيادي، بعض الصحفيين حياديين في سرد الحقائق التاريخية والحقائق السياسية، ولهذا كانت شعار دائما الساسة الأرمنيين في الخطاب هو تصدير العنف إلى داخل حتى المدن الأذرية. ويقول بذلك الرئيس إلهام عليف بهذا الصدد: ما كانت أرمينيا تستطيع إخفاء نيتها في هذه العدوان، لأن معنى المباحثات الرسمية بين الأطراف بالفعل ليس خلال مدة هاتين السنتين الأخيرتين، ولكن خلال 5 سنوات استمرت مباحثات السلام ولكن لا تنتهي إلى نهاية. يوضح كذلك السيد الرئيس إلهام عليف مسألة التطهير العرقي للمواطنين الأذريين الموجودين في قرباغ، ويقول: لقد ارتكبوا ضدنا سياسة التطهير العرقي وطردوا من قرباغ الجبلي ومن محافظات السبت المجاورة جميع الأذربيجانيين، ونتيجة سياسة أرمينيا المنتهجة للتطهير العرقي لدينا أكثر حاليا من 1 مليون لاجئ ومشرد ونازح. كل هذا يتضح من خلال سلسلة الأحداث العسكرية والأحداث السياسية في كلام السيد الرئيس أنه العدو ارتكب خلال هزيمته على أرض المعركة جرائم حرب بحق السكان المدنيين، وقصفت كافة المدن بالصواريخ البالستية والقنابل الفسفورية والقنابل العنقودية، ومثال على ذلك أسفر على قتل 100 مدني بينهم أطفال ونساء طيلة أيام الحرب. هذه هي حقائق موجودة في الخطاب الرسمي، ولكن مع الأسف لا نجد من يسمع أو يروج لهذه الخطاب المعتدل في السياسة الأذربيجانية، سوى ناس مبدئيين في العمل الصحفي وغير مأجورين يستلموا مبالغ من الحكومة أرمينيا تجاه سرد أكاذيب وسرد كذلك إشاعات مغرضة تجاه الموقف السلمي والموقف السياسي. الدراسات اللي تم التركيز عليها خلال رصدنا لهذا الإعلام تنعكس حتى على الحياة الاجتماعية، وتنعكس كذلك على الموقف النفسي الذي يجري دائما في الأذهان خلال المواقف التمييزية. ولهذا هنالك مقولة لأدوار سعيد بذلك حول الفوبيا التي منتشرة حاليا في الصحافة الغربية في تمثيل الإعلام السلبي للإسلام والمسلمين بصورة ملموسة وكاملة. وهذا يعتبر في رأيي دراسة سعيد من الدراسات المهمة جدا في تغطية ما يدس به الإعلام الغربي ضد الإسلام والمسلمين. في نقطة جوهرية ركزت عليها في بحثي هي الصراع الأذربيجاني الأرمني في وسائل إعلام الغرب دائما نجدهم كانوا متحيزين بهذه الحرب، ولم على الأقل لم يقفوا بصورة الحياد. ولهذا نجد أن المتتبع لحرب 44 يوم التي جرت بين أرمينيا وأذربيجان يلاحظ الحملة الإعلامية المغطية لأحداث الحرب للدعاية دائما لصالح الأرمن، وهذه الدعاية الإعلامية المتخذة في شكلها العنفي واللا أخلاقي يتحكم فيها عامل السياسة أولا وعامل الأيديولوجية. فالأرمن دائما يتهمون القيادة الأذربيجانية بالنازية والعمالة لإسرائيل ولتركيا وللعالم الإسلامي. هذا هو حصيلة ما قرأناه من إعلام الغربي تجاه الأذربيجان. وكذلك طالما أن الصراع على الساحة الأذربيجانية في قرباق نجد هنالك تحيز كبير جدا في الإعلام الأمريكي مع الأرمن ومع العفو وضد المسلمين موجودين في أذربيجان من خلال تصور الحرب هي حرب إسلامية أرمنية وليس هي حرب من أجل استرداد الأرض المقدسة التي خسرتها أذربيجان من خلال قرارات سياسية في زمن الاتحاد السوفيتي. هنالك رؤية لماذا هذا التميز في الإعلام الأرمني في أوروبا، ولماذا كذلك التركيز على أن هذه النقاط الجوهرية ركزنا فيها وخصصنا كذلك جزء من بحثنا في سرد أكاذيب موجودة في هذا الإعلام الغربي. فتقول باحثة نشرت بحثا مغلوطا في صحيفة أمريكية تقول أن مثلا أن إقليم قرباغ هو يعتبر من تاريخيا للأرمن، وأن الأذربيجانيين قد اغتصبوه بالقوة في الفترة الأخيرة. كذلك نجد أن ما تشير إليه هذه الصحيفة وصحيفة أخرى تقول أن كافة الكنائس الموجودة في قرباق قد دمرت من قبل الأذربيجانيين، رغم أن الحكومة الأذربيجانية لم تجد أي مسجد في قرباق، ولكن وجدت وحافظت على كنيسة تاريخية في هذه المنطقة وجددتها في الفترة الأخيرة، وشاهدتها أنا بنفسي مجددة، وتقوم بالحكومة الأذربيجانية الحفاظ عليها تقديسا لمكانتها لدى المسيحيين ولدى الأرمنيين وكذلك لدى المسلمين. كل هذه نجد أن أمراء الحرب الموجودين في الطغمة السياسية في أرمينيا يحاولون دائما يركزون على مسألة الكنائس التي حرقت ودمرت وهي لا وجود لها، ويصورون ذلك عبر الفيديوهات وعبر القنوات الأرمنية الموجودة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وكذلك في مناطق أوروبا وأمريكا. كذلك نجد أن وجدنا أن مثل أمراء الحرب محو التراث الأذربيجاني الكامل لمدينة شوشة ومدينة قرباغ، ولهذا ما وجدناه من خلال زيارتنا لمدينة شوشة التي استمرت مرتين. وجدنا كل التراث التاريخي لهذه المدينة قد شوه، وكذلك أن أبرز الشخصيات الدينية والفنية قد حطمت من خلال التماثيل ومن خلال كذلك التراث التاريخي. الدعاية السوداء الأرمنية استمرت في التركيز أيضا خلال الحرب على موضوع مهم، هو أن خلال الحرب استعانت أذربيجان بموضوع الفصائل المسلحة الإرهابية، وهذا ما يدعو إلى الاستغراب، حيث أكدت أن بعض الكرد من البككة قد جاءوا لمساندة أذربيجان في حربهم مع الأرمن، وكذلك بعض العراقيين قد تطوعوا وأجبروا على التطوع لمحاربة الأرمن. فبالعكس نجد هنالك اعتراف ضمني من قبل أرمينيا من خلال الجثث الموجودة في مشارح المستشفيات. وجدوا أكثر من مئات المتطوعين الذي جاءوا لمحاربة أذربيجان، وجاءوا من لبنان ومن سوريا حتى من أطراف تركيا، وحاربوا مع الجانب الأرمني ضد أذربيجان. هذه الحقائق التي وجدناها ودرسناها بعناية في بحثنا هذا، نجد تركز دائما أن الإعلام الأرمني كما ذكرت في بداية حديثي ركز على موضوع إخفاء المعالم التاريخية وإخفاء كذلك المعلومة الحقيقية لكل ما يدور على الساحة الأذربيجانية. ما هو دورنا نحن كإعلاميين عرب وكإعلاميين عراقيين؟ هذا السؤال يجب أن يطرح من خلال هذا المؤتمر القيم الذي يركز على موضوع الإسلاموفوبيا. هل نبقى مكتوفي الأيدي؟ هل لا نستطيع الرد على هذه التخرصات وعلى هذا الإعلام الدعائي ضد أذربيجان كدولة مسلمة، دولة لها روابط عديدة مع الدول الإسلامية والدول العربية، وخصوصا نحن في العراق؟ ولهذا من خلال صحافتنا التي أنشأناها كصحيفة صداقة التي تصدر عن جمعية الصداقة العراقية الأذربيجانية، ركزنا على فضح هذه الأكاذيب، وبدأنا ننشر الحقائق الواضحة عن طريق الإعلام الذي نقرأه يوميا من وكالات رسمية رصينة أذربيجانية كوكالة أذرتاج وبقية الوكالات، ونعطي صورة للقارئ العراقي أن هذه الحقائق لمسناها من خلال تواجدنا المستمر على الساحة الأذربيجانية وزياراتنا إلى المدن المحررة وزيارتنا إلى المسؤولين ولقائنا معهم. وهذا هو حقيقة نعتبر شرف لنا أن نحضر أمامكم ونعري هذه الممارسات الإعلامية الخبيثة التي لا تزال موجودة ومرصودة. ومع الأسف أجد حتى بعض الصحفيين الذين يزورون أذربيجان ينقلون عبر رجوعهم إلى بلدانهم حقائق غريبة وعجيبة، ويدسون كلمات مغرضة تجاه أذربيجان وتجاه السياسة الأذربيجانية تجاه أرمينيا، ويرفضون حتى لغة الحوار ولغة المصالحة ولغة ترسيم الحدود التي تطالب بها أذربيجان في طيلة المؤتمرات واللقاءات الرسمية. وكذلك موضوع رفع الألغام مثلا عن رفع الألغام وغيرها. الحقيقة البحث طويل جدا، وأنا أشكركم على حسن الاستماع، وشكرا جزيلا مرة ثانية على الضيافة والاستضافة.
Thank you. Shukran. You spoke about the problem which indeed very strongly resonates in Azerbaijan. Just would like to underline that the Armenian-Azerbaijan conflict is no way religious conflict. It's a territorial conflict caused by the territorial claims. However, as the distinguished speaker said, the rival side used different religious contexts, connotations to get support, especially in Western media, in academia, and among the Western politicians to attack Azerbaijan to get more sympathy. Our next speaker from United Arab Emirates, Mr. Mohammed Bechari, Secretary General of the World Muslim Communities Council. His topic is Confronting Islamophobia and Hatred, Principles and Actions.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا الشكر موصول للجهات المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر الدولي حول الإسلاموفوبيا. الإسلاموفوبيا إما كمشكل وإشكالية أو كظاهرة أصبحت ظاهرة اجتماعية في كثير من الدول العالم. قبل الحديث في مداخلتي عن سبل المواجهة لا بد من إرسال بعض الرسائل السريعة. الذي نقصد به في مصطلحنا التناول الإعلامي للإسلام في الوسائل الإعلامية الغربية، المقصود هنا في الغرب، مقصود الغرب هنا الغرب الجغرافي وليس المنظومة الفكرية، وإن كانت هي حاملة وحاضنة لكثير من الدول الغربية. فالمقصود بالغرب هنا الغرب الجغرافي أي أوروبا وأمريكا الشمالية. ثانيا المقصود بالغرب ليس الغرب المسيحي، وأنا أؤمن اليوم أن الغرب لا يمثل الديانة المسيحية، بل أن الغرب يعيش الآن حالة من الدينيوفوبيا، أي هناك انتفاضة كبيرة ضد كل الأديان وكل أشكال التدين. كانت اليهودية هي أولى ضحايا العنصرية والموقف من الدين، وظهرت ما يسمى بالسامية واللاسامية، وبعدها تحل الإسلام من خلال عدة محطات تاريخية، أهمها في سنة 1989 في فرنسا بعد ظهور ما يسمى أولى قضايا الحجاب، وبعدها أو تزامن ذلك مع الحرب في البوسنة وصدور كتاب سلمان رشدي الآيات الشيطانية. يستفيق العالم الغربي بأن هناك عنصرا يسمى بالمسلمين في هذه البلدان ينتفضون من أجل حقوقهم ومن أجل أن يعترف بحقهم في التميز وبالخصوصيات. وسوف يكون لظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا عدة دواعي وأسباب. أهم هذه الأسباب هي هذا المكمون التاريخي المحمل بالثقل من سواء من جراء الحروب الصليبية أو ما تناوله فلاسفة التنوير أو ما صاحب الاستشراق في القرن 19 والعشرين أو ما يصاحب اليوم ما أسميه بالاستشراق الصحافي الذي يأخذ هذه الصور النمطية والبريجوجي الأحكام المسبقة عن دين وعن حضاري مكن له التاريخ أنه يعيش مع الأديان الأخرى. ولهذا لا أريد أن نستعدي الأديان الأخرى التي هي الآن ضحايا هذه الظاهرة، ظاهرة العنصرية، ظاهرة المعاداة لكل ما هو يعتبر مقدسا. النقطة الثانية هو أن الإسلاموفوبيا ليست فقط حركة سياسية يمتطي عليها أحزاب اليمين المتطرف من أجل الوصول إلى الحكم، وإنما هي أساسها منظومة فكرية مبنية عن نظرة فلسفية لموضوع الحريات، مبنية على الفردانية وعلى الوجودية، وتتمثل في تمظهراتها العدوان لكل مقدس ما يعتبر مقدس، ومحاربة الطابوهات، محاربة ما يعتقد بأنه طابوه مجتمعي، ويتجلى اليوم بظهور حركات المثلية والانتحار والإجهاض وغيرها من الظواهر الاجتماعية التي يعيشها أو تعيشها مجتمعاتنا المعاصرة. أرى بأن الحديث عن الإسلاموفوبيا لا بد أن يأتي في سياقه التعامل كأنه ظاهرة اجتماعية، والظاهرة الاجتماعية في تناولها يستدعي من الباحثين ومن الذين يشتغلون في هذا المجال التسلح بكل الأدوات التي يمكن تحليل هذه الظاهرة. الإنسان الغربي اليوم يعيش حالة من الضبابية في تحقيق حلمه وفي تحقيق وجوده والنظرة إلى المستقبل. حروب، دواعي اقتصادية، تهميش، بطالة، انتشار لتيارات سياسوية انتفاضية للواقع جعلت أنه يبحثون عن لوكوباي، عن هذا الضحية التي أو ما يسمى باللغة العربية الذين يعلقون عليه كل مآسي المجتمعات، فوجدوا في هذا الإنسان المختلف معهم إما لونا أو عرقا أو دينا. أظن بأن من أهم أساليب المواجهة هي أولا العمل على صناعة المحتوى الإعلامي الثقافي ببعده الحضاري الذي يمكن أن يجسر الهوة بين المنظومتين الفكريتين الغربية والعربية والإسلامية. ثانيا، إن أكبر زاد وأكبر مادة خامة للإسلاموفوبيا هو تصرف المسلمين، هو عمل المسلمين، هو نظرتهم أو نظرة بعض جماعاتهم من خلال استقرائهم لتراثنا العربي والإسلامي ومحاولة العيش بهذا التراث وتمديد حياته عبر العبور إلى المستقبل، مثقلا بكثير من المفاهيم أصبحت الآن مفاهيم لا يمكن أن تتناسب مع حاضر المسلمين، خاصة عندما نكون مجتمعات وأقليات وجاليات في بلدان متعددة الأعراق والثقافات والأديان. ثانيا، العمل من خلال القنوات المشروعة التي يستعملها كل أصحاب الحقوق، وهنا أركز أولا على موضوع التشريعات. قام الملك عبد الله خادم الحرمين الشريفين رحمة الله عليه بمبادرة جريئة وكبيرة، هي وصدر عنها هذه المبادرة قانون أممي، قانون رقم 65/224 الصادر يوم 11 أبريل 2011، الداعي إلى تجريم ازدراء الأديان. هذا القانون إلى الآن لم يجد واقعه في التشريعات الوطنية، وأنا أطالب أول توصية من هذا المؤتمر أنه يوصي الدول الأعضاء خاصة في المجلس الأوروبي وفي الأمم المتحدة بالعمل على أجراءة هذا القانون الدولي الذي يجرم ازدراء الأديان. ثانيا، علينا أننا نعمل كذلك من خلال القيادات الإسلامية من أبناء المجتمعات المسلمة التي تعيش واقعها والتي تعيش واقع المجتمعات والتي لها علاقات مع صناع القرار السياسي على تصحيح الصورة أو الصورة المغلوطة عن الإسلام. ثالثا، إن أهم مصدر للأفكار المغلوطة عن الإسلام هي الكتب المدرسية الموجودة، كتب التاريخ في المجتمعات الغربية، عندما يصور الإسلام بأنه دين إرهابي ودين البدوي ودين لا يؤمن إلا بقطع الرؤوس. علينا العمل مع دور النشر في تصحيح هذه الصورة. وأنا أختم قولي أننا ونحن كمنظمات إسلامية تحت لواء أستاذنا الكبير إحسان أغلو في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي عملنا عدة ورشات عمل من أجل تصحيح صورة الإسلام في الإعلام الغربي، وصدر بمنهاج يسمى المنهاج، وهو باللغة العربية والفرنسية والإنجليزية، وصادقت عليه وزراء خارجية الدول الإسلامية ووزراء التربية والتعليم، سواء في لقاء بوركينا فاسو أو لقاء النيجر في 2009. وهو منهاج يدل على كدليل إرشادي واسترشادي للإعلاميين من أجل تصحيح الصور النمطية. أختم وأقول إن العالم اليوم يمر بأزمة كبيرة، أزمة فلسفية، أزمة فكرية، أزمة وجود. فإما أن نكون نحن من صناع مستقبل هذه الإنسانية أو لن نكون، كما قال بعض الفلاسفة. وشكرا.
Shukran. Thank you. I'm pleased now to announce the next speaker, our compatriot, currently living in Egypt, Seymour Nasirov, advisor at the General Secretariat for Fatwa Authorities Worldwide. I'll switch now to Azərbaycani. Seymour müəllim, xoş gəlmişsiniz. Mən burada mətbuat nümayəndələri də var. Yerli istəyərdim bildirim ki, Seymour müəllim Misirdə, nəinki Misirdə belə deyək, Ərəb dünyasında Azərbaycan haqqında həqiqətləri fəal şəkildə təbliğ edir. Bizim diasporanın fəal üzvüdür. Seymour müəllim, sizdən biraz ərk edib sizdən xahiş edirəm bu vaxt məhdudiyyətini nəzərə alasınız. 5-7 dəqiqə. Buyuruz, çıxış bilərsiniz.
Çox sağ olun, cənab sədr. Salam, hörmətli tədbir iştirakçıları. İlk öncə bütün təşkilatçılara, Rəvan müəllim, Fərid müəllim başda olmada özlərin minnətdarlığını bildirmək istəyirəm. Heç şübhə etmirəm ki, bugün dünyanın müxtəlif ölkələrindən bu alimlərin, böyük mütəxəssislərin buraya bir yerdə toplanması və İslamofobiya mövzusunda onunla qarşı tədbirlərdə öz böyük töhfələrini verəcəklər. Çox şadam ki, ilk dəfə olaraq İslamofobiya adında konfrans da elə ana vətənim Azərbaycanda keçirilir. Hər zaman radikalizmdən danışanda, başqa mövzularda heç vaxt onun səbəblərini axtarmırıq. Yəni, bugün bəzi İslam müsəlman gəncləri arasında da yayılan bəzi radikalizmin əsas səbəblərindən biri də İslamofobiyadır. Bugün danışmaq istədiyim mövzu əslində çox geniş bir mövzudur. Bunu saatlarla biz danışsaq bitməz. Amma sədr xahiş etdi ki, yəni 10 dəqiqə vaxt verdilər. Mən də çalışacağım ki, bəzi nümunələri sizin nəzərinizə çatdırım. İslam zuhur etdiyi gündən bugünə qədər hər zaman İslamofobiya ona qarşı olan nifrətlə üzləşmişdir. Yəni, bu tarixən belə olmuşdur. Bugün də bu şəkildə davam edir. Yəni, baxmayaraq ki, İslam sözü elə əminamallıq, sulh sözü deməkdir. Həzrəti Peyğəmbərin həyatını da oxuyanda mən insanlara rəhmət olaraq göndərim. Yəni, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. Ərəbcədə mən bunu ifadə edim. Bütün dünyaya, aləmlərə rəhmət olaraq göndərilən bir Peyğəmbər. Bütün hədislərində də hər zaman insanlara rəhməti təbliğ edir, insanla barışı, sülhü təbliğ etməsinə baxmayaraq hər zaman ona qarşı iftiraqlar tarix boyu etmişlər və bugün də bu davam edir. Deməli, mən bəzi nümunələri çəkərək inşallah çıxışımı tamamlayacağım. 9-cu Ludovik, deməli, Fransa kralı belə demiş, deyir ki, əslində müsəlmanları müharibə, zor yolla onların ələ almaq, işğal etmək mümkün deyildir. Bunlar çünki öz dinlərinə, imanlarına çox bağlıdırlar. Eyni zamanda bu faktı Osmanlı dönemində də, baxmayaraq ki, Osmanlı tərəfindən tam təmin olunmuş Yunan patriarxı da 1820-ci ildə buyurur ki, Osmanlı türkləri hərbi yolla onlara qalib gəlmək mümkün deyildir. Çünki türklər çox imanlı, mərd, qorxmaz və cihadsevər bir xalqdır. Onların bu gücə sahib olması onların öz dininə bağlılığıdır, sadiq olmasıdır. Yəni bu sözlərdən, ifadələrdən də açıq-aşkar görünür ki, bunlar işğalçıların əsas hədəfi nədir? Bunların əsas problemi nədir? Bu xalqların öz dininə bağlılığıdır. Əfsuslar olsun ki, əsrlərdən bəri dinlərdən sui-istifadə edərək öz şəxsi maraqlarını yerinə yetirməyə çalışmışlar. Biz bunu açıq-aşkar səlibilər yürüşündə də görürük. Əslində, bütün dinlər insanları barışığa dəvət edir, dostluğa, qardaşlığa dəvət edir. Amma əfsuslar olsun ki, şəxsi maraqlar hər zaman önə verilərək öz şəxsi maraqlarını əldə etmək üçün, yəni hədəflərinə çatmaq üçün İslama qarşı nifrəti alovlandırmışlar, dəfələrlə səlibilər yürüşü olmuşdur. Mən bir tədqiqatçı kimi Əyyubilər haqqında oxuyarkən bunu dəfələrlə gördüm və diqqətimi çəkən bir maraq da, yəni bir məqam da burada var. Hər zaman bu qüvvələr, işğalcı qüvvələr ermənilərdən şərqdə istifadə etmişlər. Yəni şərqdə yaşayan bu ermənilər hər zaman əmrlərə tabi olaraq müsəlmanlar arasında çoxlu fitnələr yaradıb, onlara qarşı təcavüzlər etmişlər. Salahaddin Əyyubi haqqında yazan, deməli, Hədiyyə Dəcəni, onun daha doğrusu onun vəziri haqqında, Qadi Fadil haqqında yazanda deyir ki, Salahaddin Əyyubi Misirə gələndə, işğalçılara qovmaq istəyəndə ermənilər düşmən qüvvələrlə birləşib ona qarşı çıxıblar və o da Salahaddin Əyyubi də onları darmadağın edərək Qahirədən Misirin cənubindən sürgün etmişdi. Eyni zamanda da erməni sərkərdə İbn Lavun da eyni zamanda türkmənlərlə anlaşma edərək gəlin bir yerdə ticarət edərək, sonra da onlara xəyanət edib öldürdüyünə görə Salahaddin Əyyubi də onları qalasına hücum edərək türkmənlərin qisasını almışdır. Əsrlərdən bəri müsəlman ölkələrində xristiyanlar əminamanlıq içində yaşamışdır. Çünki bu bir peyğəmbər tərbiyəsidir. Müsəlmanlar heç zaman nə bir kilsəyə toxunmuşlar, nə də bir qeyri-müsəlmanlara əl uzatmışlar. Çünki Həzrəti Peyğəmbər dəfələrlə öz hədislərində buyurur ki, kim əgər bir zimmi qeyri-müsəlmana əl uzadarsa, sanki mənə əl uzatmış olur. Əgər onlar birinə zülm edərsə, sanki mənə zülm etmiş olur, qiyamət günü onun haqqını mən alacağım. Ona görə də hər zaman əminamanlıq içində yaşamışlar. Məni ən çox kədərləndirən əfsuslar olsun ki, Napolyonun törətdikləridir. Napolyonu bilirsiniz, bugün Fransada daha ona verilməyən bir orden, medal olmamışdır. Yəni, bütün ən yüksək ləqəbləri də ona vermişdir. Halbuki onu Misirə gəlib Əl-Əzhər məscidinə etdiyi bombalarla, toplarla hücumu, öz atlıları onun məscidin içinə daxil edərək, Qur'anı ayaq altına salıb tapdalamağı və gündə 5 əzhər alimini öldürərək, özə işgəncə verərək öldürərək qaladan atmışdır. Sadəcə bunu mən demirəm, yəni mənim bütün bu yazdıqlarım hamısını oxuya bilmirəm, çünki vaxt məhdudiyyəti var. Cəbəruti buyurur ki, hər gün o alimlərdən öldürüb, onları hətta belə işgəncə verərək qaladan atırdı. Müəllimim Şeyx Əli Cümədə öz dərslərində Napolyonun öz kitabına istinad edərək, gündəliyinə istinad edərək buyurur ki, hər gün 5 əzhər alimini öldürürdü. Halbuki, yəni bunlar vətənlərini qururlar. Xüsusən də məscidə girib Qur'an-ı Kərimi tapdalamağı, bu da elə İslamofobiyanın bariz bir nümunəsidir. Bu əsrlərdən bəri biz bunu görürük. Və bugün də əgər o milli bir qəhrəman kimi bütün buna bu şöhrət ordenləri verilirsə, bu deməkdir ki, ondan sonraki nəsil üçün də bir nümunədir və bugün də o davam etdirməkdədir. Mən çox istəyərdim ki, elə bir şəxsiyyətləri əslində bütün medallardan, ordenlərdən təcrid etmək lazımdır ki, bir ondan sonraki nəsilə bir nümunə olsun bunlar. Amma əfsuslar olsun ki, bu olmur. Və eyni zamanda Misirdə sadəcə Əl-Əzhər alimləri deyil, tələbələrdən də 2500 Napoleon öldürür, onları da Nil çayına attırır. Misir xalqının bu qədər bu işgəncəyə məruz qalır. Nə edir? Onlar dinini sevirdilər, dininə bağlı idilər. Biz şükürlər olsun ki, Azərbaycanda hər zaman, əsrlərdən bəri bugün də hər zaman Azərbaycanda tolerant bir həyat var, hər zaman da İslamofobiya ilə mübarizə aparmışdır. İndi belə bir sual meydana çıxır ki, siz deyirsiniz Azərbaycanlılar, görəsən tarixə bunlar həqiqətən belə bir işlər görürlərmiş. Bəli, bunu da sizə diqqət sizə çatdırım ki, bütün ərəb mənbələri yekdilliklə Salahaddin Əyyubinin Azərbaycanın Duvin şəhərindən olduğunda, yəni yekdildilər. Bunu Vafiyyət-ül Ayan kitabında İbn-i Xəllikən belə buyurur. İcazənizlə ərəbcədə onu deyim. Deyir, Əcmə'əl müərrixunə cəmiən ənə usrətəl əyyubiyin və Salahaddin Əyyubi vasitətəl iqdi beynəhum cəmiyhum bin bəldətə Duvin bi Əzərbaycan. Yəni, bütün ərəb mənbələri İbn-i Xalikan Vafiyyət-ül Ayan kitabında da bunu söyləyir ki, hamısı Azərbaycandadır. Və Salahaddin Əyyubi də qeyri-müsəlmanlarla davranışı da bütün dünyaya nümunədir. Hətta Misir xristiyanları öz müqəddəs papaların yanında da onun şəkillərini asarmış. Və baxmayaraq ki, onlar işğalçılar edir, amma öz pulu ilə, maddiyatı ilə onlara gəmilər tutub, onların əsirlərini öz ölkəyə də göndərir. Və bugün də Azərbaycanın cənab prezident də baxmayaraq ki, erməni işğalçıları əsirlərdən boyu Azərbaycan xalqına qarşı törətdikləri soyqırım və üstəlik də son 30 il ərzində törətdiyi Xocalı soyqırımına baxmayaraq, məscidlərimizi donuz fermasına çevirmələrine baxmayaraq, yenə də onların əsirlərini cənab prezidentin əmrinə hamısı Ermənistana qaytarıldı, göndərildi və erməni kilsəsi bugün də Azərbaycanın, Bakının tam ən mərkəzi küçəsində göz bəbəyi kimi də qorunur. Bu bizim qanımızda, bunu bizim dinimizdə vardır. Ta qədimdə necə ki Salahaddin Əyyubi, necə insan kimi davranmışdır, insanlığa qarşı dəstək olmuşdur. Bugün də cənab prezident də o şəkildə davranır. Hətta İbn-i Əsir Əl-Kəmil fit-Tərix kitabında da, tarixdə Kəmalı kitabında da buyurur ki, Əyyubilər Nuriddin Zənki ilə niyə birləşdilər? Çünki Nuriddin Zənki də eyni zamanda Azərbaycanın Duvin şəhərindəndir. Və alimlər yaxşı bilirlər ki, Nuriddin Zənki də işğalçılara qarşı necə mübarizə aparmışdır və onun insanlığı da hər yerdə açıq-aşkar bildirilir. Mən çox uzatmaq istəmirəm, çünki vaxt azdır və sonunda da belə təklif etmək istərdim ki, biz hamımız birləşərək, əl-ələ verib, insanlığa dəstək olaq, insanlığı, sevgiyi hər yerdə yayaq. Eyni zamanda bunun həyata keçirilməsi üçün bütün dünya universitetlərində İslamofobiya dərsinin tədris olunmasında töhfələr verək və buna dəstək olaq. Məni dinlədiyiniz üçün sizə dərin minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm. Konfransa da uğurlar diləyirəm. Çox sağ olun.
Çox sağ olun Seymur müəllim və sizə həm elmi fəaliyyətdə, həm diaspora fəaliyyətində uğurlar arzu edirəm. Çox dəyərli fəaliyyət göstərirsiniz doğrudan da. Our next speaker is Mr. Kamaluddin Mohamed Nasir from Singapore, Associate Professor of Sociology at Nanyang Technological University. And since we indeed in this conference discussed various aspects of Islamophobia or combat to Islamophobia, a very interesting topic, the September 11th generation and a hip-hop response to Islamophobia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Farid and the Center for inviting me So what do I have now? 2 minutes? 7 minutes, okay. I'll try to be very brief. I'm here to pitch, because we've heard about a lot of the atrocities that has happened from a lot of speakers. I'm here to pitch the good work, I think the important work of our young Muslims in order to fight Islamophobia, right? I think it is also important for us to take stock of what is being done out there on the ground in terms of like fronting the Islamophobic wave that is against Muslims all over the world. I've been, so my book here that I published like a couple of years ago called Representing Islam. So I use the word represent here in at least 2 ways. Represent as in the hip-hop jargon, to represent, right, to front the cause, to carry the flag for the Muslim cause, but also young Muslims in fronting Islamophobia are also representing Islam in new ways, in fresh ways, in order to connect to the audience, to the youth, and so on. And then I will tell you later why young Muslims are presenting Islam in this way. So this is me and my son, I think about 10 years ago. This is Muslim Day in Manhattan, New York City. And the soundtrack of that entire function was actually hip-hop culture, right? Hip-hop music. For those of you who know, this is Native Deen and Asim Sujud and so on. So if you look at contemporary hip-hop, it is not just for African American youth, right? Contemporary hip-hop is today diverse. This is just because I say that hip-hop culture is very popular these days, it is not to say that our Muslim hip-hoppers is not getting a lot of is not getting a lot of criticisms for fighting Islamophobia. They are getting a lot of heat, a lot of criticisms for representing Islam, right? For example, this rapper Matthews, right, based in who's from Sydney. So he has this collective, Sydney versus everybody. And as soon, for example, as he talked about in this music how he is singled out in white Australia, right? Even though that he pledges allegiance to the country, right after the track was released, right? People started commenting stuff like, I would have been happy if it ended before Matthew started. I was enjoying the song until Matthews or the Muslim read his head. So stuff like that, right? But it is also important to realize that hip-hop music has been used to battle misconceptions of Islam, as well as to articulate everyday injustices experienced by Muslims locally or globally. So this is another example from a group from Australia called The Brotherhood, right? So this is the kind of music that they write, right? So since the terrorist attacks in New York City in September 11, 2001, Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations thesis has been revitalized and extended to include the stigmatization of an emergent generation of young Muslims, right? So we see how generations identify themselves in terms of historical and cultural traumas, which are produced by a diversity of social processes by members of national, social, or global groups. So generations act strategically to bring about social change, and hip-hop culture is one of the ways whereby young Muslims are doing it. So references to September 11 is abundant in hip-hop music. For example, Immortal Technique in the US and Medine in France, right? Who, if you look at the article published by The Guardian in 2016, talk about Medine as one of the flag bearers of hip-hop stars that are fighting the far right, right, in France. But I am not here to glorify hip-hop culture, right? So because we all know that there are a lot of problems with hip-hop, right? With the toxic masculinity, with the violence and the drugs and so on. But there has been evidence that I discussed in my book that young Muslims are using hip-hop critically. For example, I just give you an example of the co-founder of Singapore hip-hop, like saying that she doesn't conform to what the television says what hip-hop is about. So he says that hip-hop is misunderstood, right? Hip-hop is just an art form, and you can appropriate it in order to as a vehicle for social change. So in my interviews with Muslim youth all over the world, in a lot of global cities, a lot of young Muslims, they gravitate towards hip-hop culture because they feel that there's a sense of persecution, that the Islamophobic attack, right? And the second big factor is that they feel that there's a need to build a solidarity, not just at the national, but also across a global. Right? Yesterday we hear about the importance of studying Islamophobia from a global perspective, and I think that hip-hop culture and popular culture allows us this platform to study Islamophobia and what young Muslims are doing from a global perspective. So it is also important to provincialize Islam when we talk about Muslims, young Muslims. So what I mean by provincializing Islam is not to focus on a particular geography or area, right? To look at, for example, the Middle East as just one part of the Muslim world, like the Muslim migrants in the West as another part, Muslim South Asia as another part, and to look at them simultaneously. And as you can see, our Indonesian kind of like colleagues, like the Java Hip Hop Foundation, how they have like ingeniously and creatively used hip hop culture in order to front Indonesian culture. So so you can see, for example, they infuse Javanese folk tales into their music. So they front themselves as custodians of Javanese culture, right? To make themselves more palatable, more acceptable to Indonesian society. So it is not just pure mimicry. It's not just pure taking what was happening in the West, but there's a level of globalization, right? This mixture between the global and the local that is happening when young Muslims do hip hop culture, right? So this is another example of how young Muslims are showing their identity in the West. This is a Danish group, right? Okay, I'll just run over this. And a very a huge cornerstone and foundation of Muslim hip-hop culture is this focus on human rights. So if you listen to a lot of Muslim hip-hop and the interviews by Muslim hip-hoppers, you realize that Malcolm X is a huge figure in Muslim hip-hop. So his effort to decenter civil rights to human rights, or to elevate civil rights to human rights, is a huge feature of hip-hop culture amongst the Muslim world. And you can see there Mos Def trying to reenact the torture in Guantanamo Bay, right? And which has gotten him quite a bit of criticism in the US. And it has this taking of hip-hop culture to go beyond Black Lives Matter. So I just want to talk about this interesting thing about poetic jihad, right? This amazing. So another interesting aspect of this is that many hip-hoppers see their work as continuing the work of the Prophet, right? They see themselves as the progenies of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So many among them refer to the poetry of the Quran and their rap as an extension of that poetry. So they say that they're emulating the Prophet, and hip-hoppers make use of Islamic idioms to connect with the youth of today. So as Napoleon beautifully puts it, he says that Moses was sent with magic, Jesus with medicine, and Muhammad with poetry, right? So this is another Muslim rapper, Chinese Muslim rapper. So I'll end on this note that we should empower our youth and look beyond the normal corridors that we are comfortable engaging with. Over the course of this conference yesterday, we've heard that about the importance of engaging state actors and trying to get a seat at the table. So in our fervor to do that and to chase that, we should get young people and diverse social actors who are already doing the tough work of fighting Islamophobia on our side. I'll end there. Thank you.
I thank for very indeed interesting presentation, and also to be in time, within the time frame. We have to think indeed about various ways to respond to Islamophobia, maybe orthodox ways. One of the problem in many Muslim communities in Muslim countries is the presence of dogma, and sometimes reluctant, sometimes we are not allowed to think out of box. But with the latest presentation, quite interesting how we can employ the modern tools to outreach to wider audience. I think we have very short time, with 10 minutes behind the schedule, for maybe one or two short comments or the questions. So please, yes. And I ask really to be very short. Microphone, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for Mr. Sherman and all speakers. And I think here that is very interesting topic. But in brief, I wanted to ask one question. What about how Muslims or Muslim Ummah, Muslim world face new imperialism? New imperialism. We are facing now new imperialism, new colonization, I think, in our Muslim country. But how? I think we want to think about that. It's very important. Thank you.
One would like to respond from the audience? Yes, please. From the speakers? Yes, please.
شكرا معالي الدكتور محمد على هذا السؤال. أنا أظن بأننا كيف يجب علينا أن نقاوم كل الأفكار التغريبية كانت خارجية أو كانت من صنع داخلي. وهو أولا كما قلت في كلمتي لا بد من العمل على تنقية تراثنا. تراثنا غني وتراثنا فيه أشياء جميلة قاد العالم، لكن في بعض محطاته هذا التراث لا يمكن أن يعبر بنا إلى المستقبل. فلهذا الدعوة إلى تجديد الخطاب الديني والعمل على الاجتهاد في الأحكام الظنيات وتجسير الهوة مع الشرفاء والعقلاء الموجودين كذلك في الضفة الأخرى.
Thank you. Maybe one more questions or comments, if any. No? Okay. Well, I would like to thank all speakers or panelists. Very interesting presentation. And thanks for coming again to Azerbaijan to present your views. And thank you for your valuable contributions. Okay. Now we have break and until, let's say, 15-20 minutes.
I would like to extend our coffee break session, but we have to start our breakout session, and that's why please take your seats. We will start just in 1 minute. Just after the coffee break, yeah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear academicians, we warmly welcome you to our second session, and let's invite our speakers to the stage with your applause. Mr. Tariq Chirkawi, Director of the 30 World Research Center. Please, Tariq. Ms. İdil Osman, Lecturer in Media and Communication, Program Director, MA Global Media and Communication. Mr. Karim Majri, Senior Researcher at the Al Jazeera Center for Studies and at the Al Jazeera Center for Public Liberties and Human Rights. Please take your seat. Mrs. Shafak Mehraliyeva, Program Director for Communication and Media Studies of Ada University. And our last speaker, Mrs. Ulviya Zulfigar, Spokesperson of the Western Azerbaijan Community. Please take your seats. Actually, before giving brief information about our main topic, I would like to recite a verse from the Holy Book of Islam, of Quran Karim. Ya eyyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min zakarin wa untha, wa ja'alnakum shu'uba wa gabaila lita'arafu. It means, human beings, we created you all from a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes, so that you may know one another. And more than 1,400 years have passed since Islam addressed this expression to mankind. And we must note with deep regret that, especially in the last 2 decades, we are witnessing more forms of expression of identification Islam with terrorism and other negative tendencies. And with deep regret, is the use of media tools as the driving force behind this process. And before starting the discussion on Islamophobia and calls to the hate in the media, I would like to give an example from my own experience. Back in 2017, while working on a documentary called A Call for Humanity, during 1 year, actually, we interviewed influential religious, political leaders of more than 20 countries, starting from India in the West and ending up with the Atlantic coastal countries in the West. And actually, we tried to investigate why hatred and Islamophobia are institutionally equated with terrorism, extremism, and other negative forms. And the interesting fact was that if some media giants did it just, let's say, to create an ideological matrix, relatively small media companies actually did it just for ratings and to get, to reach more readers, more followers. And it's no secret that any form of PR actually is considered acceptable. And we are witnessing the open and closed forms of struggle of those who actually want to earn ideological, political, even religious and social dividends against Islam and everything related to it. At the same time, this struggle continues both online and offline. And actually, it's interesting that media subjects sometimes to try justify the call to anti-Muslim hatred with democracy and freedom of speech. But reality is obvious, actually. And we live in a time of social media ubiquity, and scholars in the field have also found a correlation between social media posts and other online speech leading to acts of violence and hate. And with your permission, I would like to end my introduction here, as each our member of the breakout session actually has extensive research and deep analysis of the mentioned issues. And dear speakers, actually I do understand that 8 or 10 minutes are not enough for your actual speech, but I would like to kindly remind you about our time regulation and maximum 10 minutes for each speaker. And I would like to give the first floor to Mr. Chirkawi. He will share with us his point of view about the media and Islamophobia industry. The floor is yours, Mr. Chirkawi.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like first to thank the organizing committee for this very impressive conference. And today I want to talk about the media, as the theme is obvious from this session. As we know, there have been a lot of studies in the past 30 to 40 years, since actually Edward Said started writing about the subject with his seminal book, Covering Islam, which was first published in 1981. Since then, there have been a lot of studies, but however, I have to say that while a lot of these studies are very useful, we now need to move to the next level, because unfortunately, a lot of these studies, they stayed confined in, determining whether Islamophobia exists or doesn't exist, or just go and study Islamophobia in certain outlets, or make comparisons between some news outlets in different places. So now we have reached a level where Islamophobia has become so pervasive and so omnipresent in the media discourse and the public discourse that we need to move to the next level. So my first point is we need to understand the mechanics of media, and no longer just talk about whether Islamophobia exists or doesn't exist, because Islamophobia now is a fact. So the first thing we need to take care of is to move to the studies of framing and know how the framing of media works. And I have to say that the studies about framing exist since the 1950s, and they have been moving across disciplines, many disciplines. For example, political science, you have sociology, psychology, you have political psychology, political sociology, and linguistics. So there have been, across disciplines, a lot of work done on framing. And now framing has reached a level where we have to be involved in that concept and know it and use it as much as possible. So framing, unfortunately, is if we want to characterize, and in a nutshell, what's framing, it's the fact that how the media highlights and selects certain aspects of events or issues, and make connections between these events and promote particular interpretation, evaluation, and or solution. So the thing about framing is that why it's very important. It's because by framing, by using the framing principles and framing theory, you manage, or any party can manage to mobilize. It's a mobilization tool. So you can mobilize the people who are in agreement with you. You can also garner bystander support, people who are neutral, or demobilize the people who are antagonists or against your principle. So this is in a nutshell how framing works. But in our case, and we are here in a conference about Islamophobia, so there have been what we call meta frames, or the master frames. These master frames exist, and they are built on deep-seated beliefs, views, sometimes myth. And these beliefs or these myths exist in any given society, and they are transmitted via public schooling, via media, via organizational churches, etc., mosques. And by the time meta frames or the master frames, they come to define certain principles, and they are very deep, they are buried very deeply in the mindset of peoples. And there is also something we call common consciousness, which is a master frame for all people they are in agreement with. Now, in the case of Islamophobia, there are two master frames that are in play. The first one is the Orientalist master frame, and we know we have heard so many of our colleagues and speakers talking about Orientalism. It is a very important master frame, and it resonates, and it's deeply buried under the psyche of so many societies, and it's very difficult to handle this master frame unless you know how framing works and unless you have a very good understanding of how the mechanics of media works. So the first one is the Orientalist frame. I won't delve too much into it because you already heard about it and you know about it. The second is the terrorist master frame. Unfortunately, terrorism, we have now the image of the Orientalist frame, which characterizes Muslims as being backward and civilized, with no values, basically. And then you have the terrorist master frame, which constructs any kind of struggle, any form of even legitimate struggle. We are here, for example, in Azerbaijan, and there have been a very legitimate struggle for retrieving territories that have been occupied illegitimately by Armenian hordes. And what do we have? We have again, this accusation of terrorism, accusation of barbarism, accusation of Orientalism, which go through these master frames, both Orientalist and terrorist. The problem with the master frames is that they are not necessarily built or constructed upon like deep thinking or deep theories or facts or figures. Framing doesn't unfortunately care about those. What framing cares about is about presenting very simplistic and sometimes very shallow terms and very shallow concepts, but they manage to package them in a way that resonates with certain beliefs and certain prejudice or certain stereotypes or cliches about certain populations or certain religions. So my recommendation is that we need to take care of this aspect. I mean, we have to move to the next aspect about how we can handle framing. And therefore, I advise community leaders, I advise personalities, opinion leaders, decision makers to really understand this aspect. And also communities, Muslim communities around the world, they need to take care and study and delve into this very, very important aspect. So the second point that I want to make is that Islamophobia, first there is this layer of framing, but then framing also needs several other components, and one of the components is what we call in the media jargon sourcing. So every media needs sources, and these sources, they come and they give their views. Like, for example, what are the sources? They can be experts, they can be personalities. They come into the media and then they provide their views, their arguments, their analysis in television sets, in sometimes quotation in printed media, etc., etc. So we have seen after 9/11 that there have been a surge of this fusion between the Orientalist discourse and the terrorist discourse, and both were in synergy to be applied in Muslim cases. And we have seen also the surge of what we call an alarmist literature, and we have seen the role of think tanks and think tankers in the West taking the views very, very very medieval-like views, very racist, very bigoted views, and transmitting them to the media by being sources of those media. Well, just to give a few examples, we have seen, for example, people who were Orientalist and had these racist views before, but now they start wearing the hat of counterterrorism and starting giving their views packaged for like this counterterrorism discourse. So, for example, in post 9/11, we have seen in in the airports, in public spaces, a lot of these books about Islam, about, very alarmist with very, very sensationalist headlines to attract. And who will buy these books is the common people, travelers, people who don't have necessarily any background, but they infuse this background and they give this background that is, of course, distorted and very bigoted. So the fusion between the counterterrorism discourse and Orientalism has produced a very acerbic, very vitriolic discourse in the media. And these people, they started being called and being the sources, and most of these people now are working with think tanks in different locations. And therefore, there was a report issued by the Center for American Progress in 2011 examining how these sources affected the public view and public perception of Islam and Muslims. And they found that while these views and very racist constructions of a representation of Islam and Muslims reached millions of people in the United States and beyond, the fact is this report uncovered just a small groups of very networked, tightly networked people or groups who are behind this orchestration. And most of them were affiliated with some very far-right think tanks, and they paved the way for these views to circulate and be widely available. So my second recommendation would be to give attention to any production of knowledge that has this connotation, that has this this alarmist nature and very, very racist nature that comes from think tank industry. And we need to, from our think tanks, the think tanks who represent, and I'm happy that several think tanks are associated to produce this event in Azerbaijan about Islamophobia, and there are a lot more in other countries. We have to be mindful about how the media works, and think tanks have to have a voice to counter this negative discourse and this vitriolic discourse, and also provide people who are trained to be media sources, to train people. I mean, having media trained people is now a priority of the first order and needs to be implemented and taken care of. So my third point is, and my final point, would be about the importance of bloggers and influencers. Again, in the post-9/11 world, a lot of these bloggers were dismissed as being fringe and not too influential, but we have witnessed through time that these same people become very, very influential. So I give some example. You have, for example, Robert Spencer's website called Jihad Watch, and then you have Barbara Geller. Both of them were very fringe people, but then their ideas, they become main influencers, and they influence masses and and they become the center stage of and launch platform of many Islamophobic themes and memes and imagery. So my recommendation will be my third recommendation, my final recommendation will be to give importance to these areas that initially appear as not important or fringe, because it has grown to become something really malevolent. In the case of those people I mentioned, they become part of the people influencing the administration, the Trump administration. They were circulated around Steve Bannon and his Breitbart website, and they become influencing even US policy at the highest level. So I will finish here, not to extend my time, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chirkawa. Actually, we heard a new approach, and also thanks for your recommendations too. And I would like just briefly add one example, let's say. In general, here we are talking about the hate speech, we are talking about the, let's say, differences, and it's a kind of hostile approach. But we do see that even enemies or counterparts follow moral routes, but in very few cases it's possible that to find some kind of, let's say, hate speech is made at the moment of a mass tragedy and etc. Unfortunately, recently, we can give an example of Charlie Hebdo's reaction to the recent earthquake in Turkey, and this shows actually how far these moral boundaries can be eroded. And now I would like to give the word to Ms. İdil Osman, and she will tell us about the new symbol of fear. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to first thank the organizers of this wonderful conference that brings together so many people that are filled with insights that we can all learn from. But it's also very exhilarating. I feel, having listened to all the talks yesterday and then this morning and to Tariq's recommendations now as well, I feel very motivated to then go back and work on advocating for to counter Islamophobia within the media. So I want to extend a really heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for giving us this opportunity for us to come together and be able to exchange views. And also for those of us that are here in Baku for the first time, thank you for introducing us to this beautiful city. I spent, I think, 3 hours or so, walking around in Baku on Monday, and I didn't even feel tired. The city is so beautiful, and there's lots to discover. So, thank you once again. I wanted to talk to you guys about the reason why I actually came to academia is because of the frustration that I felt of the limited frames of representation when it comes to Muslim migrants in the West. I've been an academic for about 11, 12 years now, but before that, I was a journalist, an international journalist, that mostly working for the BBC, The Guardian, and then later on based in DC, working for the Voice of America. And across these mainstream media platforms, I kept seeing these very limited frames of representations when it comes to the lived experiences and the events surrounding Muslim people. So I came to academia to study and do my doctoral study, looking at the role of media in global affairs. And one of the things that I found really interesting was, contrary to the belief that the media is the fourth estate, the watchdog over government, in fact, the media in many, many, many cases works in collusion with the government. It works in collusion with the government in order to preserve mutual interest. And so that means policies that the government turns out become the narratives of the media of the day. And these things happen for mutually beneficial reasons. One area of key concern here is the concentration of media ownership. If you look at the media landscape in the 1970s, 80s, for example, in the US, there was about 50 companies that owned the media outlets. Fast forward 40 years to today, there are 6 companies that own all of the media outlets that we see and hear and read across the US. And we're seeing similar patterns of concentration of ownership in the UK, the rest of Europe, Australia, and New Zealand as well. So that means media moguls, people like Rupert Murdoch, work with government in order for the government of the day to pass favorable laws and policies for themselves. And in exchange, they give the government narratives prominence. So when you think of people like Rupert Murdoch, politicians who want to be the President of the United States, Premier of Canada, the PM of the UK, they would go to him. He doesn't go to them. And it is the candidate that he backs that ends up becoming the President of the US or the Prime Minister of the UK. So these media moguls are very powerful. And in addition to the fact that they have this conglomerate ownership over the media outlets that we have access to. The other thing that they achieved to do is to limit the plurality of voices and opinions that the audiences have access to. When there's just 6 people owning all of the hundreds and thousands of media outlets that we have access to, their editorial policies, their narratives are the ones that these medias, regardless of how many they are in numbers, those are the ones that have salience. And then on top of that, we also have a practical issue. When I was a journalist a good 20 years ago now, we would go out, cover a story, we would find sources like my friend Tariq has just mentioned to interview, and then we would come back to the office, put our story together, and it either goes to press or it airs. Today, the same role, the same journalist is meant to go out, cover the story, find the sources to interview, put the story together, whether it is writing or broadcasting, recording it as a broadcast. Then they also have to tweet about it. They have to Facebook it. They have to put it on YouTube. They have to put it on the online websites of the media outlet that they work for with the same restricted time that's available. So that means journalists today have a very practical challenge of not having enough time and them having to do more work with less resources and less time available to them. So what does that produce? A combination of these key issues, concentration of ownership, and the challenge of journalists not having the time or the resources to actually cover stories as broadly as possible from various angles, we end up with consistent frames across the board. So if a story is related to Islam or Muslims, we have these frames that Tariq has identified. If a story is related to black refugees, we have existing frames. If a story is related to xenophobia in South Africa, we have frames that exist. If a story is related to poverty in Africa, those frames are there. Do you see what I mean? So there's a pattern here. And there's a real issue with the fact that the concentration of ownership is playing into this. But then we also need to think about the practical issue of journalists really being restricted for time and for resources as well. So that then leads to the images and the words and the representations that we are very familiar with and that all of the sessions before have already covered. It's a reflection of the existing frames, but it's also a reflection of the prevailing political ideologies, as well as the close alignment between the media and the government. So Islam has become the go-to bogeyman that is used in an expedient way as a political tool whenever it is convenient. Up until 1990s, the USSR occupied that role and communism, but now Islam is firmly taking up that role as the bogeyman that can be used for any political expediency that governments of the day want. So we've heard how Islam has become demonized, and this is nothing new. The conspiracy theory accounts of yesterday's sessions, the intersectionality panel in the earlier part of yesterday, all of them have accounted for how the demonization of Islam is nothing new. We've seen it over and over again across time and history, and Edward Said has already identified has documented how this has been happening since the Middle Ages. In fact, he says, I have not been able to discover any period in European or American history since the Middle Ages in which Islam was generally discussed or thought about outside of a framework created by prejudice or political interest. That being said, the watershed moment was September 11th. This marked a paradigm shift in the depiction of Islam in Western media, and it has led to a new context and a forcefulness with regards to the antagonistic representations of the practitioner of Islam. The immediate representation of Islam we've seen right after the attacks was this depiction of a monolithic, antagonistic religion intent on destroying the West, its values, and its culture.
I'm kindly remind you about our time frame.
Okay.
Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, I'll try and speed it up.
Thank you.
And so this has actually grown to encapsulate this sort of existential wider scope of a threat. That's not just a threat to the physical existence of the West, but it's also a threat to Western values, like tolerance, democracy, and freedom of speech. And when it comes to stories or individuals that are of Muslim background who have a positive role that they are playing in mainstream society, their Muslim identity is often emptied out and disassociated from them. If you think of, for example, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, if we think about footballers like Mo Salah, athletes like Mo Farah, all of them become individualized and their Muslim identity is almost non-existent. And then when you counter it, because terrorism in today's age in the West is actually domestic terrorism. It's done far more by white nationalists than Muslims. But when it comes to the white nationalists, when they commit an attack, often it is individualized. Stories look for mental health issues. Did he have a mental illness? They'll try and humanize them and speak to their family members and so on. A privilege which is not accorded to the Muslim attackers in case of these kinds of events. So in sum, the representation of Islam has become synonymous with hostility, terrorism, and one that clashes with Western ideals. There's a whole group homogenization sort of approach, and it creates an us versus them dynamic, an in-group versus out-group polarization. And so this mediated polarization serves as a political and social tool to enhance the group self-esteem of the in-group. So it's become socially accepted to reject, segregate, and marginalize Muslim communities, and we've heard many accounts reflecting that. So I want to leave you with a few thoughts on how we can combat Islamophobic representations in the media. First point I want to make, and I've got just 4 quick ones, is that we need to establish more relations and collaborations with non-Muslim communities. So we need to have a far more wider collaboration between the Muslim communities and non-Muslim communities, and particularly civil society organizations, because we need to broaden our ability to develop a collective voice that can push back against Islamophobia permeating our societies. Second point I would like to mention, and this is directly going into the practical challenge that journalists face, is to have more Muslims working within Western medias, as journalists, as editors, as producers, because they will be able to sit at the decision-making table and commission these stories, because they would have a network that can provide a plurality of voices that can represent the Muslim everyday person. And then that will breed relatability and familiarity that can dispel the fear of the unknown. The fear of the unknown is what the Islamophobic industry builds on and feeds on, really. The last 2 points I want to make is for us to make much more usage of social media platforms. We've seen how significant they are, and in fact, many mainstream media outlets take sources and stories and leads from social media. And so we need to make more use of that because we have that access. The final point I want to make is that we need collective empowerment within the Muslim communities. Often we work in silos. There's very little connection between the Muslim activities and activism that's happening in Canada and America, in the UK, the rest of Europe, and in Eurasia and the Middle East. We need to have a much more collective empowerment, particularly when it comes to the youth, especially because they are the ones that are going out into the mainstream societies, and we need them to have the confidence to feel confidently Muslim, but also able to fully integrate into societies and become the politicians and the leaders of those societies. Because that positive image that we see in mainstream society will combat any Islamophobic narratives that the media companies will try and say, because people will be able to see it for themselves. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a very interesting and insightful speech. And I would like to remind about our time frame to next speakers, actually. And our next speaker is Mr. Karim Majri. He will speak about combating and countering Islamophobic hate speech in the media. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers of this amazing conference for their, amazing work and for their warm hospitality too. Islamophobia, a new word for an old fear, is a branch of racism, including anti-Semitism, which is so deeply ingrained in society, and it can be present in any type of communication exchange. And as you mentioned just before me, many Muslims report that they feel not respected by the media in the West. And according maybe to a Gallup report, 52% of Americans and 48% of Canadians say the West doesn't respect Muslim societies. And smaller percentage also of Italian, French, German, and British respondents seem to agree to this, to the Gallup findings. There is no law that can be passed to limit the disrespect Muslim face. But fostering better understanding and re-evaluating bias can lead to gradual and positive change. I will go now directly to straightforward to my points, and I would to answer some of your questions, you evoked you and Mr. Tariq before me, some recommendations on the right approach to countering Islamophobia. And I think that misinformation as a tool for the spread of Islamophobia in the West should be countered by, for example, by being proactive rather than reactive. You know, being the preventer is always better than being the the firefighter. In other words, Muslims should make sincere effort to spread the correct information about their faith to others. Being outspoken is the second point approach we have to undertake. Being outspoken and frank about the problem of extremism and condemning terrorism, which Muslims do always, openly and loudly without being excessively apologetic to the extent of being ashamed of one's identity and religious affiliation and or becoming less willing to declare it publicly. Third point, avoiding violence, aggression, and offensive language and actions in reaction to Islamophobic acts or messages. This is especially important since such aggressive acts can only add to the problem of associating Muslims with terrorism and extremism, and therefore can prove to be truly harmful, damaging, and counterproductive. The next point is encouraging more young Muslims to study, as Ms. Idil mentioned, to study and practice journalism and all arts of communication. So there can be a better, more nuanced and realistic representation of Muslims in all media venues. Integrating and including Muslims in all forms of community activities in their respective neighborhood and communities. I think that the young now in British doing an excellent work. They are always present in such communities, you know, and they share their experience, and they are always at the service of the community. Finally, encouraging more Muslims to run for office at the local and national levels, which would be an excellent way to safeguard the interest of Muslim community and to counter anti-Muslim policies and legislation that could be harmful for to their interests. My next point is to mention that we at Al Jazeera Media Network, concerning now the journalism work, at Al Jazeera Media Network we have adopted 4 principles or 4 pillars as the foundation of what we call the ethical journalism. And the first principle is seeking the truth and reporting it. Ethical journalists should be accurate and fair. Journalists should be honest and courageous in gathering, reporting, and interpreting information. So, therefore, they should take responsibility for the accuracy of their work. As you said, rushing or heavy, seeking to be the first and to be as fast as you can, it's not a good journalism. It can't produce a good journalism. So, verifying information before releasing it. Use original sources whenever possible. And I think that the respectable media always double-check their sources, at least. The second point is remember that neither speed nor format excuses inaccuracy. Provide context that special care not be mispresented or oversimplified in promoting, previewing, or summarizing a story. Gather updates and correct information throughout the life of news story. Be cautious when making promises, but keep the promises you make. Identify sources clearly. The public is entitled as much information as possible to judge the reliability and motivations of sources. Consider sources' motives before promising anonymity. The case of anonymity through which many colleagues, journalists, can pass stories, harmful news stories, which they are not double-checked, they are not accurate, they're not, and they are really very, very harmful to societies. The second pillar, just to go faster, is minimize harm. Ethical journalism treats sources, subjects, colleagues, and members of the public as human beings deserving of respect. Journalists here should balance their public's needs to information against potential harm or discomfort. Pursuit the news is not a license for arrogance or undue intrusiveness. Show compassion for those who may be affected by news coverage, which is not the case in the Western news, coverages, unfortunately. Use heightened sensitivity when dealing with juveniles, victims, or sex crimes, or sources or Islamofobiya, on sources of subject or subject who are inexperienced or unable to give consent. Consider cultural differences in approach and treatment. Then recognize that legal access to information differs from an ethical journalist's justification to publish or broadcast. Realize that private people have a greater right to control information about themselves than public figures and others who seek power, influence, or attention. Weigh the consequences of publishing or broadcasting personal information. Avoid pandering to lurid curiosity, even if others do. Don't do that like others do. Balance a suspect's right to a fair trial with the public's right to know. Consider the implication of identifying criminal suspects before they face legal charges. Consider the long-term implications of the extent, reach, and permanence of publication, and provide update and more complete information as appropriate. The third pillar or third principle is act independently, which is not the case most of the time, especially for the young journalists. They are not independent at all. They are always affiliated to one or the media outlets. And they have to respect and they have to work within the strategy and within the guidelines, of this outlet, of this media outlet. So the third pillar is act independently. The highest and primary obligation of ethical journalism is to serve the public. We haven't to forget about it. So here journalists should avoid conflicts of interest, real or perceived, disclose unavoidable conflicts. And the second point here is refuse gifts, favors, fees, free travel, and special treatment. This is the most important thing also we have to tell to our young journalists while doing their work, because doing this, they will be corrupted. And their news stories will also be biased, for sure. So the fourth and the last principle is the accountability. We should hold ourselves accountable in face of our public. And also we should hold the responsible of spreading the hate speech, spreading Islamophobia accountable, whether there were politicians or decision makers or journalists or anybody. Accountability is also one of the most powerful principles of unethical journalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Karim Majri. Actually, you have touched very interesting moments. And if we speak about the hate speech in the media, I would like, with your permission, of course, to add one more example. Actually, we faced this tendency with Azerbaijan too. The main point is, actually, we are witnessing with the hate speech and also Islamophobia tendencies on the eve of significant events. And you represent Qatar, and actually I want to give an example about, if I'm not mistaken, a few months ago, actually the French publication Le Canard Enchaîné showed 7 football players of national team of Qatar in terrorist uniforms, and actually on the eve of the Mundial in Qatar. And it's clear that political motives are not absent in approach of these motives too. And actually, about the ways to stop radicalization, our next speaker will speak about Mrs. Shafak Mehraliyeva. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Rüfət. Təşəkkür eləyirəm. Xanımlar və cənablar, xoş gördük hamınızı. Çıxışıma başlamamışdan əvvəl qeyd eləmək istəyirəm ki, çox gözəl Ərəfətə görüşürük. Bir neçə gündən sonra Novruz gəlir vətənimizə. Hamınızı Novruz bayramından təbrik eləyirəm, xoş arzularımı çatdırıram. Və Novruz elə bir vaxtdır ki, yeni bahar yenilik gətirir, yeni tərzlər gətirir, yeni üslublar gətirir. Və ümid eləyirəm ki, bizim bu son 2 gün ümumi müzakirələrimizlə biz İslamofobiyaya qarşı da yeni tərzdə işləmək və yeni yanaşmalar tapacağıq. İcazənizlə konfransın beynəlxalq səciyyəsini nəzərə alaraq mən çıxışımı ingiliscə eləyim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly guests. Welcome to Baku. Assalamu alaikum. I sadly missed yesterday discussion. My students had an exam at the university. I didn't want to make them that happy to cancel it and come here. But I caught up with the proceedings in media and online. And the first thing that crossed my mind was that I am old enough to remember the days when having this kind of gathering in Baku would have been a dream. And not the kind of dream that promised to come true. Because for 80 years of being ruled under the Soviet Union, Azerbaijanis were deprived of their basic rights to practice their religion. Just to give you an example, before being incorporated into the Soviet Union, Azerbaijan had around 2,000 mosques. And as a result of the organized Soviet policy of repressing the religion, they were downsized to only 15 in the country, and even those were being used mostly as storage facilities and misappropriated. In Baku, I remember there were only 2 open. I grew up next to one of those, so I do remember the Blue Mosque in Baku. So naturally, this prompted many people to exercise their religion secretly in their homes, and no wonder that when the opportunity presented itself and we regained our independence, surveys showed that in early post-Soviet era, although the vast majority of people in the country identified themselves as Muslims, only a very small fracture of them actually knew and had a basic understanding of the pillars of Islam. So in this past 32 years, we had a lot of catching up to do to bring ourselves to the day when we were actually able to host an international conference on Islamophobia in Baku. I think that particular point deserves applause for this country and its leadership. The way this nation has rediscovered its face was equally fast to its economic development. And in both of those cases, I think the benefit came from the employment of the right policies and building the right institutions that brought the emergence of what we call the Azerbaijani model. The national identity is secular. We proudly claim that a state is separate from the religion. However, religious citizens are never apart from the state. All represented religions in the country, and keep in mind that non-Muslims are in overwhelming minority here. I see some of their representatives and I salute them here in this hall. But all represented religions, they have a space in the public debate and proper representation. Religious institutions have adopted strict policies to prevent radicalization. There is a state committee on work with religious entities that is responsible for implementing those policies and facilitating, in general, the dialogue between religious communities and the state. And my personal favorite, it's Azerbaijan Institute of Theology, that was created with the degree of President Ilham Aliyev a few years ago, that educates young clerics and teachers for public schools with the purpose to promote Islamic values within the local context, considering local cultural traditions, thus curbing the outside extremist religious groups and their influence. So in short, for the past 3 decades since Azerbaijan regained its independence, it has strived to take ownership for its freedom to exercise religion. So today in this panel, talking about Islamophobia and media, I would like to call for a similar action, to take bigger ownership for representation of Islam in Western media, and including our own domestic media, because we have a mission of educating our own youth in their culture as well. I think that being a panel on media, we pretty much will give very similar recommendations, but I would like to state the importance of debate, continuously pushing for the debate, because radicalization stops where debate starts. Phobia stops with more information provided. And the best thing to do in this case is to turn this one-sided venting that we have all been talking about in media into a conversation and to open the public debate. And some of you may claim that, people would not listen because media has an overwhelming power. We have the saying in Azerbaijani, we say, "Xalqın gözü tərəzidir." Public eye is a very well-balanced scale. If you give them information, they can differentiate the right from the wrong. When we let media to fill the information space with one-sided arguments without responding or simply chatting between each other, public gets more and more fearful and naturally more and more receptive to those arguments. We already do know that Islamophobia in Western media exists. My colleagues made the case. For the past 2 days, a lot has been talked about it. There are more than enough evidence-based reports, and they all come back to pretty much the same points: stereotyping of Muslim migrants, particularly in Europe today, promoting the idea that they are unable to integrate into Western secular societies fully, that they constitute, wherever they live, a potential cell of terrorism or a hotbed of radicalization. All of these generalization and irrelevant connections, when honor killings become Islamic honor killings in their narratives, or militants become Islamic militants. They built harsher narratives. My colleague from TRT World talked about, selection, omission, priming, and framing. This is a conscious choice of media. This is something that they're in control. So this brings harsher tone and results in harsher attitude among citizens. Citizens to feel certain way about their fellow Muslim citizens, and even encourages them to try to limit liberties of their fellow citizens in the same society. The statistics show that in the US, for example, in attacks between 2011 and 2015, for 4 years time, if the perpetrator of the attack was a Muslim, that case would be covered in media almost 5 times more compared to the cases when the perpetrator was not Muslim, despite the fact that overall number of Muslim perpetrators were generally less than non-Muslim perpetrators. Nevertheless, less crime, more media coverage. And what does it bring to? What does it do? It means that media is painting a picture in the society's mind of a perpetrator. Even if it's not a Muslim, when you find out, when you hear about an attack, your mind immediately pulls out the picture that the media has already sort of embedded there, and for you, it is someone of a Muslim background, so that turns into a friction in societies toward Muslim communities, exercising discrimination against them, and overall resistance to knowledge, even when you try, to open a debate about it. So these stories need to get an extra perspective. My colleagues already mentioned that we are in dire need of resources, of experts from our own side. And I would certainly suggest that those speakers shouldn't only talk about Islam. They need to put their agenda in comparative perspective. And what does that require? It requires us to really understand the societies where we live, to understand the dynamics. We see cases like burning of the Holy Quran, which in the Western Europe gets attributed to the exercise of freedom of speech, for example. And every time when there's a violent reaction to it, and not just in those societies, also in Muslim countries and Islamic countries, it gives the other side more leverage to make the case against Muslims, to say that, see, this is what we meant, that they respond with violence. But in fact, we know that these far-right activists that perpetrate this kind of irresponsible and disrespectful acts, their issue will not be solved just by eliminating Muslim communities in their country. The issue that they're protesting again, they run much deeper. They protest, globalization, decreasing of their industrial capacity, low economic growth, stalled economic growth, less job opportunities. So they're pretty much protesting their own government's decision, but they find a scapegoat in the form or in the face of the Muslim communities. So calling those issues as they are, this is one side of the token that we need to do. On the other hand, Muslim communities are being argued that free speech should be protected at all costs, where your freedom, which is, by the way, simply not true in Western societies, because we all very well know that your freedom and mine, they have a very thin line. Yours finishes where mine starts. And if your freedom threatens mine, it should be taken as a violation. So if Europe is trying to market this absolutist view of freedom, it would be good to remind them none other than the French philosopher Montesquieu, who was at the beginning of the European Age of Enlightenment. In his Spirit of Laws book in 18th century, he claimed that if a person, for example, goes to a public space, to the market, and incites with his words to violence, it should be considered as an attempt to treason or a treason. So it is not the words that are punished, but an action in which words are employed. If words incite to a violent action, they should be restricted, which they are. What happens after incidents like that? We see, there are violent protests in those countries. It pretty much becomes a heartache for their government. It adds to their administrative load. Absolutist view of freedom of speech is destructive to the harmonious societies and particularly political harmony that Europe is trying to achieve these days. But all of this can be added to a conversation when there is a debate and not a one-sided narrative. There has to be a broader space today in media for Muslim perspectives. More journalists of a Muslim background in the editorial board. So I'm thinking that, university gaining you as a professor is a victory for them, but the fact that a Muslim reporter was taken away from media, this is our loss. But by no means, I think we should promote the message that Muslims should be immune to criticism or Islam should be immune to criticism, but the conversation should be held fairly without generalizations. If journalists and media are failing to do this, and as a media teacher, I fully understand Islamophobia has all of the ingredients that news is looking for these days. There is drama, there is good guys and bad guys. Their messages are very short and clear. You don't really have to dwell deep. You don't really have to look for objectivity, do the research. Less homework and sort of more sensational story, right? However, we need to continuously remind that public expects media to inform them as completely as possible about the events without exaggeration, without generalization, or resorting to sensationalism. What can we do to expedite the process? Particularly in this digital media age, maybe increase the number of not just fact-check pages, but Islamic fact-check pages. That would be a great reference point for Western media to educate themselves. Cultivate more experts that would speak on contemporary agenda. From the first panel, when I listened to Dr. Seymur Nasirov, he was talking about Napoleon and how he, used to kill 5 scholars per day. And I was thinking, my God, who does it remind me of, particularly in this part of the world, when you try to eliminate the elite of the country to repress so the culture would completely be gone away? Stalin, right? So if in one case we glorify the same crime, in another case we villainize it, this is a selective approach. This is a double standard. And also our colleague from Singapore, he talked about hip-hop. I think that today we have to understand that as much as we want youth to read serious journalism, serious news, they simply don't do that. They go to hip-hop, they go to movies. Soft news is taking over the world. I'm a very big fan of this Palestinian-American comedian. His name is Mo Amer. I don't know if you follow him on Netflix. When you watch him, this truly gives you the material for critical thinking, because that's what he precisely does. He puts things in perspective compared to other ethnic communities, religious communities that he lives side by side. My other professional hat, I'm the director of the Literature Museum. It's a home museum of a renowned Azerbaijani writer, Mir Jalal. He used to be known for being a king of short stories, and he used to say, you need to present your hardest argument with a joke, because it would be easier to take, right? So comedy, movies, sitcoms is another avenue that we can explore. And pretty much doing our own PR better, because once we have social media around, the platforms are, skyrocketing. You can find so many platforms to get your message across as long as you're willing to do that. So unless we take ownership for the international representation of our faith, just like we're doing it today at this conference, I think we will continue playing defense in this matters. And I completely agree with my colleague here that this is what the other side is trying to do, to put us in the defensive perspective. If you go on offense in a good sense of the way, if you're proactive in educating the world about your own religion, I think that it will make a very, very serious and considerable difference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Shafak Hanım. Actually, as usual, we listened to a very interesting speech full of new ideas and new approach. Thank you. And if we approach our main topic from the context of regional security, actually the population of Azerbaijan has been subjected to mass deportation and genocides in various forms for nearly 2 centuries. And a part of the people was displaced from their ancestral places, ancestral land. And West Azerbaijanis are among them. The interpretation of the issue from this context will be given by our last speaker, Mrs. Ulviye Zulfigar. The floor is yours. Please, Ulviye Hanım.
Thank you, Mr. Amdayev. Dear guests, dear participants, dear media representatives, I am representing Western Azerbaijanis who were forcibly deported from their homeland 4 times last century for territorial claims, for ethnic reasons, for being Azerbaijanis, and for being Muslim. Western Azerbaijan is a historical land where Azerbaijanis used to live hundreds of years, but last century were forcibly deported, as I said, 4 times. This is the area which is now called Armenia. These are the facts which we talked about very little, and our neighbors prefer to remain silent. But it's our fundamental right to be heard. The first deportation started in 1905, and in 1918s, 1948 to 53, and the last one, 1988 to 91, followed by other ones. By the way, I am also the head of one of the victims of 1918's deportation and slaughters. More precisely, my grandfather, whose family were killed, but he managed to escape with his sister when he was only 4 years and his sister 16 years old. The last deportation, 1988 to 91, turned Armenia into a mono-ethnic country. More than 300,000 Azerbaijanis were forced to leave their houses, and 216 Azerbaijanis were killed during this inhuman action. And the territorial claims against Azerbaijan followed the last deportation and led to the First Karabakh War and 30 years of occupation of Azerbaijani territories. However, Azerbaijan liberated its territories in 2020 during 44 Days War, the Second Karabakh War. Azerbaijani cultural and historical heritage, including mosques, graveyards, in nowadays Armenia, were destroyed. Toponyms were changed. The Blue Mosque of Azerbaijanis, the only mosque which survived among 300 mosques, is presented as a heritage of Persians. While it's a crime and a big sign of Islamophobia to destroy 300 mosques, it's also beyond humanity to present the heritage of one country as belonging to another. Although Western Azerbaijanis were forced to leave their historical land, slaughtered, subjected to genocide, we want to be back to our homeland in a peaceful way and coexist there peacefully. All Azerbaijanis expelled from the territory of present-day Armenia and their descendants have the right to return to their homeland. On this occasion, we sent letters to European Union, European Council, and to Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan himself. Unfortunately, Armenian government still doesn't express constructive position regarding to this issue. At his press conference and during his visit to Germany, München Conference, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan attempted to deny the fact of expulsion of Azerbaijanis from Armenia. Expelling Azerbaijanis from Armenia is a crime against humanity. We would like to emphasize to Prime Minister that denying a crime against humanity is continuation of that crime. We can see a series of statements nowadays by Armenian officials regarding to Western Azerbaijanis trying to show the issue as a territorial claim. By this way, they spread the hate against Azerbaijanis and anti-Muslim tendency by media. The fact that more than 300,000 Western Azerbaijanis were expelled within 11 days in 1988 reveals that the scale of deportation and how systematically it was organized. Armenian Prime Minister tries to present our right to return in the context of territorial claims. It's also a sign of ethnic discrimination and Islamophobia. We just want to return peacefully to our homeland, coexist there peacefully, and to visit our sacred places, graveyards. Armenians driving Azerbaijanis from their lands and denying them secure and dignified return home constitutes a serious violation of this country's human rights obligations in front of the international organizations. I would like once again to stress that returning to our homes under international guarantee and verification mechanisms is our fundamental right. For better South Caucasus and stable peace between two countries, it's needed to stop ethnic discrimination, Islamophobia, and anti-Muslim tendency. Such kind of tendencies never can lead to peace and stability anywhere in the world, including the South Caucasus. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And actually, I would like to express my gratitude to all members of our breakout session. And the time shows that our breakout session is almost over. But if there are any questions for our speakers in the audience, we can take maximum 2 of them. Please.
Thank you very much for this panel and for the talks there. I have 2 questions, one for Dr. Idil and one for Dr. Shafak. Both of you, towards the end, you said one of the things we need to do is take control over the narrative, use media platforms and social media platforms in particular. Dr. Idil, you were talking about how you've seen the kind of monopolization of the control of media organizations. And I just wondered whether how that would fit into the idea of a proliferating social media, which is still being controlled more and more by a small number of organizations. So perhaps it would just be good to see how you two would square the circle on both of these recommendations.
Your question addressed to Ms.
All right.
Osman, I think. Yes.
I can start because my answer would be very, very short. In terms of practical approach, push for your success stories. I think that would be the best thing to do, because what we see in media with selective visuals, with selective narratives, they are pushing their images, their idea of us. I think that being proactive means that you continuously keep working on your own content and you push back with your own success stories. You know, one of the things that we're proud in this country is that Azerbaijan built the first secular democracy in the Muslim world, and also was the first Muslim country who gave women rights to vote, suffrage, even before some of the European countries. I think that for the past 30 plus years, we talked about it so much that it finally got stuck. When I travel around the world and they hear Azerbaijan, one of the things that they come back to me and they say, oh, we know that you declared the first democracy in the Muslim world. So if you want to change the narrative, tell them what you want to tell them, then tell them again and finish by telling them.
And the second part of our questions.
Yeah, I want to thank Salman because he always asks thought-provoking, challenging questions. So thank you for keeping our intellectual muscles up and running. It's true because there is a big challenge here in the sense that when you only have a small amount of media owners that are controlling all of these media outlets, it's difficult to then chart that terrain or to find a pathway through. And unfortunately, we're seeing similar ownership patterns on digital media as well. You know, the Facebooks and so that pattern of ownership is happening on social media platforms as well. But here's my challenge to that, or my response to that. Power of the people has volumes. When we see people speaking out on a vast array and an expansive manner, that attracts attention. If you think of the Arab Spring, for example, traditionally when the media covers protests, they cover it from the perspective of the government. And especially when you're thinking of a foreign government that is allied with your own country. So in the case of Egypt, for example, Egypt is an allied country of the West. And so the traditional coverage should have been supportive and sympathetic to the Egyptian government's perspective and a sort of lack of coverage to the protesters on the streets of Tahrir Square. We saw the exact opposite of that. Why? Because the young people on the streets of Tahrir Square, on the streets of Tunis, were able to subvert the mainstream media and use VPN by having YouTube really going forward and out to the rest of the globe. And because that was happening in volumes and records of volumes of broadcasts, that was, going past the VPNs that the government of Egypt was restricting them onto, the world had to take notice. And so we saw a shift in the narrative that became supportive of the demonstrators because they couldn't not take notice. And that's the power of social media. There's a reason why, I don't fully subscribe to this, but there's a reason why the Arab Spring was called the Facebook Revolution, right? The Twitter Revolution, because of the powerful role, an enabling role that social media had. And so that's where I see the ability for us as Muslims to take agency. Despite the fact that we're dealing with massive moguls that have, full control, we too have agency and we can exercise it.
Thank you so much. And the last question from you. Yes, Mr. Please.
شكرا جزيلا لكل الباحثين. الحقيقة عندي بس مداخلة صغيرة مع الدكتور الصديق شفق. يعني احنا حقيقة عشنا في محرم السابق انتشر فيديو على وسائل الاتصال حول امرأة تحتفل في شهر محرم في داخل أحد القرى في أذربيجان، ولكن الشرطة منعتها بالقوة. وهذا الفيديو أثار ضجة كبيرة جدا لدى الوسط الشعبي في أثناء احتفال عاشوراء، وهنالك كان رد فعل كبير جدا من منظمات شيعية كبيرة في داخل العراق، مما أدى أن بعض الأحزاب الدينية الشيعية أن تعمل على ندوة تساند هذه المرأة، ولكن هي في الحقيقة والواقع نحن ردينا عليه في الصحافة أن هذه الممارسات يجب أن تكون ضمن نطاق الجوامع وليس خارج الجوامع، وهذا هو الأسلوب الحضاري في التدين والعبادة. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
شكرا. It was just, a remark about our session. Thank you so much, dear speakers, dear audience. Actually, our forum will continue its work after lunch, and thanks for your participating. Thank you. And family photo. Oh, yeah, sure.
of fatwa on religious contemporary issues. And Saliba Osman from Turkey, Syriac Metropolitan of Mardin and Diyarbakir, and Yahya Pollavicini, Italy, Chairman Ulama European Muslim Leaders Council, and the Rector of Tbilisi Theological Academy and Seminary, Mr. Georgi Zviadadze. Please. I kindly ask firstly our Sheikh, Sheikhul Islam Hacı Allah Şükür Paşazade, for delivering his speech. But first I would like to give a brief information about his eminence. Sheikhul Islam Allah Şükür Paşazade is the spiritual leader of the Muslims in Azerbaijan and all Caucasus, chairman of the Caucasus Muslim Board, Secretary General of Baku International Center for Interfaith and Intercivilizational Cooperation, co-chairman of the CIS, Inter-Religious Council, chairman of the Advisory Council of the Muslim Religious Leaders of the Commonwealth of Independent States, chairman of the Supreme Religious Council of the Peoples of Caucasia, member of the board of directors of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz International Center for Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue, KAICID, member of the Royal Ahlul Bayt Academy of Islamic Thought in Jordan, member of the Presidium of Taqrib Committee, and he is the first historian scholar on Islamic studies in Azerbaijan. Your Eminence, the floor is yours. Şeyh Hazretleri buyurun. Yok buradan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ben çıkışımıza başlamamıştan evvel bu günler bizim için bayram günleridir. Bilirsiniz Azerbaycan halkı ve demek olar ki Türk devletleri ve bazı halklar bu Novruz bayramını bayram kimi kabul edirlər. Çarşamba günleri keçti ve gələcəkdə de bayram gelir. Ben isterdim ki sizi ve burada iştirakçıları, konferansın iştirakçılarını ben bayram münasebetiyle tebrik ederim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Değerli devlet, din, ilim xadimleri, möhtərəm forum iştirakçıları. Her birinizi salamlayır. Uca Allah'tan mötəbər tədbirimizin işine uğurlar diləyirəm. Şükürler olsun ülkemizde dinlərarası həmrəyliyin nadir nümunəsi mövcuddur. Öz milli, dini, mədəni, mənəvi ənənələrinə sadiq, dünyavi, demokratik Azərbaycanda Müsəlmanlar, Pravoslavlar, Katoliklər, Yahudilər və digər din mənsubları dostluq, qardaşlıq şəraitində yaşayır, dövlətin diqqət və himayəsindən yararlanırlar. Zat-ı Aliləri Prezident İlham Əliyevin müdrik siyasi iradəsi sayəsində dünya miqyasında bir çox digər uğurlarımızla yanaşı, Uca Allah'ın beğendiği multikultural hayat modelimizle tanınırıq. Ülkemizin birinci vice-prezidenti Mehriban Xanım Əliyeva'nın bəşəri humanitar layihələri mənəvi isimli dövlətçilik təfəkkürü ilə ali səviyyədə təqdim etməsinə şahidlik edirik. Möhtərəm konferans iştirakçıları, müqəddəs Kur'an-ı Kerim'də Uca Allah bizlərə buyurur. Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Və la tufsidu fil ardı ba'de islahiha. Yeryüzü ıslah olunduktan sonra orada fasat türetmeyin. Araf 56. Təəssüf ki, son zamanlar dünyada baş verən faciəvi hadisələr, dini və milli zəmində radikalizm ve ekstremizmin tuğyan etmesine tekan verir. Avrupa'da İslamofobiya tezahürleri derinleşir. Müslümanlar migrantlara karşı anti-hümanist, Müslüman migrantlara karşı anti-hümanist, ırkçı, agresif münasebet, ksenofobiya meyilleri keskinleşir. Öz siyasi marakları, neomüstemleketçi iddiaları sebebinden Fransa Avrupa Birliği mekanında İslamofobiyanın ve Türkiyefobiyanın tuğyan ettiği ülke kimi hususuyla seçilir. İslam dininin, İslam peygamberinin tahkiri halları devam ediyor. Charlie Hebdo jurnalının kaste tefekkürü, hakaretleri, İslam Avrupa'dan get şuarları, mescid divarlarında anti-İslam ve neonasist yazılar Fransa gerçekliğidir. Fransa'nın müstemleketçi niyetlerini Arap Mağribinde Müslüman ahaliye karşı soykırımlarını bütün dünya hatırlayır. Onu da kaydedek ki Ermeni terör şebekesinin temeli de məhz Fransa'da koyulmuştur. Möhtərəm konferans iştirakçıları, din adından siyasi məqsədlər üçün sui-istifade olunmasından irəli gələn təhlükələrin və nifrət çağırışlarının milyonlarla insan üçün xüsusi həssasiyyət kəsb edən dini hisslərin, rəmz və müqəddəsliklərin təhqiri hallarının qarşısının alınması olduqca zəruridir. Dini zəmində qarşı durmaya təşviq edən nifrət çağırışlarının əyanı sübutu ondan ötən aylarda İsveç və Niderlandda Kur'an-ı Kerim'in yandırılması faktları oldu ki, her bir sağlam düşünceli cəmiyyət tərəfindən ciddi şəkildə qınanmalıdır. Dünya Birliği terörün bütün forma ve tezahürlerinin nifrət çağırışlarını qətiyyətlə pisləməlidir. Bütün bu təhdid və təhlükələrdən bəşər ailəsi yalnız səylərini birləşdirməklə xilas ola bilər. Bu əsnada insanlığı təhdid edən təbii fəlakətlərin yaşattığı insan faciələrini də unutmaq olmaz. Bu yaxınlarda Türkiye'de ve Suriye'de yaşanmış dəhşətli zəlzələ qurbanlarına Uca Allah'tan rəhmət, yaralılara şəfa diləyir. Bu ülkelerin xalqlarına səbir, dayanat arzulayır, kədərlərini bölüşürük. Değerli tədbir iştirakçıları, Azərbaycan dövləti bugün Böyük Qayıdış adlanan programı icra edir. Məlumunuz olduğu kimi Ermənistanın əzəli Azərbaycan torpağına təcavüz və deportasiya siyaseti yeritdiyi dövrlərdə şəhər və kəndlərimiz viran edilib, 1 milyondan çox Azərbaycanlı qaçqın və məcburi köçkün həyatı yaşamağa məcbur olub, soydaşlarımız etnik təmizləməyə məruz qalıblar. Ermənistan 1992-ci ildə xalqımıza qarşı Xocalı soyqırımını, Ağdaban, Başlıbeldə insanlıq faciəsini törətdi. 2020-ci ildə Azərbaycan müzəffər dövlət başçımızın rəhbərliyi və rəşadəti ordumuzun gücü ilə Ermənistan tərəfindən torpaqlarımızın 20%'nin 30 ilə yaxın davam edən işğalına son qoydu. Dövlətimiz 10.000 kvadrat kilometrdən çox tamamilə məhv edilmiş ərazilərimizi, dağıdılmış şəhər, kənd və tarixi və dini mənəvi abidələrimizi bərpa edir. İşğal zamanı 67 məsciddən 65'i Ermənistan tərəfindən tamamilə dağıdılmış, kilsələrin mənşəyi saxtalaşdırılmışdır. Müslüman məscidlərinin dağıdılması ilə kifayətlənməyən Ermənistan Şuşada Vəfqçi Yahya Pravoslav Kilsəsini işğal olunmuş ərazilərdəki tarixi Alban məbədlərini qəsb edib, Qregorianlaşdırılmış Xocavəndə yerləşən Pravoslav kilsəsini tamamilə dağıtmışdır. Lakin təəssüflər olsun ki, Qarabağda və Şərqi Zəngəzurda vandalizmə uğramış dini, mədəni, mənəvi irsimizin qeydə alınması məqsədilə dəfələrlə dəvətimizə rəğmən UNESCO missiyası bugünədək ölkəmizə təşrif buyurmamışdır. İşğal dövründə Ermənistan tərəfindən 1 milyondan çox minanın bastırılması səbəbindən yüzlərlə Azərbaycanlı həlak olmuş, bugün də davam edən mina terrorundan həyatını və ya sağlamlığını itirməkdədirlər. Azərbaycan, Qərbi Zəngəzurdakı tarixi torpaqları ilə əlaqəsinin yaradılması, öz dədə-baba torpaqlarını, əcdadlarını, məzarlarını, ziyarətgahlarını uzun 10 illiklər ərzində ziyaret etme imkanından məhrum olan yüz minlərlə Azərbaycanlının tarixi məkanla əlaqəsinin təmin olunması mənəvi baxımdan zəruridir. Nəzər diqqətinə çatdırıram ki, ötən əsrin 70-ci illərinin sonlarında Qafqaz Müsəlmanları İdarəsinin Naxçıvan və İrəvan qazisi olaraq fəaliyyət göstərərkən, Ermənistandakı nəinki şəhər, hətta kəndlərindəki çoxsaylı ibadət məkanlarımız, məscidlərimizdə moizə etmək imkanına malik olmuşuq. İndi bu məscidlərin aqibəti barədə heç bir söz deməyən Ermənistanın baş naziri Paşinyan indiki Ermənistan və işğal dövründə Azərbaycan ərazisində mövcud olmuş müsəlman məscidlərinin və dini məbədlərin dağıdılmasının acı aqibətini Sovet ateist rejimin ayağına yazmaq istəyir. Qafqazın Şeyx-İslamı olaraq mən cənab Paşinyana xatırlatmaq istərdim ki, Sovetlər dövründə ateizm rəsmi ideologiya olduğu dövrdə belə məscid, kilsə, sinagoglara həqarət olunmurdu. Əksinə, tarixi abidə kimi qeydə alınaraq qorunurdu. Müqəddəs məkanlarda mədəniyyət təyinatlı müəssisələr kimi klub, kinoteatr, kitabxana, ən pis halda ambar kimi istifadə olunurdu. Erməni şovinistləri isə bolşevik ateist təfəkküründən də irəli gedərək daha artıq qəddarlıq, barbarlıq nümunələri ilə tarixə düşdülər. Onların məscidlərdən malqara tövləsi kimi istifadə etmələri, İslam dinində haram buyurulan donuz saxlamaqla həqarət etmələri, məscid binalarını yerlə yeksən etmələri, qəbristanlıqlarımızı dağıtmaları faktlarla sübut olunur. Bu, terrorçu Ermənistan dövlətinin İslamofob mahiyyətinin təzahürüdür. Bir dövlətin baş nazirinin Bakıdakı məscidlər barədə populist fikirlər, məkirlə fikir irəli sürməsi isə cəfəngiyatdır. Azərbaycan öz dini mənəvi abidələrinə diqqət və qayğı ilə yanaşan məscid çökən deyil, məscidlər inşa edən ölkədir. Fatma-i Zəhra və Hacı Cavad məscidlərinin qəzalı vəziyyətdə olan binalarını sökülərək daha münasib yerdə, daha möhtəşəm şəkildə tikilib dindarların ixtiyarına verilməsi də məhz dövlət qayğısı və himayəsinin göstəricisidir. Bu faktı bilərəkdən təhrifi sui-istifadə edərək beynəlxalq müstəvidə Azərbaycana qarşı mənfi rəy yaratmaq cəhdi Paşinyanın və vaxtaşırı Azərbaycana qarşı böhtanlarla çıxış edən erməni dini liderlərinin, ermənilərin vandal, barbar hərəkətlərinə bəraət qazandırmaq ehtiyacından irəli gələn davranışdır. Azərbaycan Prezidenti Münhen Təhlükəsizlik Konfransında səsləndirdiyi tutarlı dəlillərə qarşı heç bir argumenti olmayan cənab Paşinyanın böhtan yaymaqdan başqa çarəsinin olmadığının fərqindəyik. Erməni kilsəsinin öz xalqını sülhə, bölgədə dinc birgə yaşayış, qonşuluğa dəvət, təşviq etmək əvəzinə qızışdırıcı bəyanatlar verməsi, revanşa həvəsləndirməsi dünyanın dini mərkəzlərinə, hətta müsəlman dini liderlərinə Azərbaycan əleyhinə iftira, saysız hesabsız yalan məlumatlarla dolu məktublar ünvanlaması erməni siyasətlərinin və diasporunun müharibə çağırışlarının fəal təbliğatçısı qismində çıxış etməsi, habelə Laçın Xənkəndi yolu üzərində dinc aksiyanı humanitar fəlakət kimi qələmə vermək cəhətləri erməni xalqına və dövlətinə yaxşı heç nə vəd etmir. Möhtərəm konferans iştirakçıları, bu yaxınlarda Bakıda növbəti zirvə görüşü keçirilmiş Qoşulmama Hərəkatı 10-cu Bakı Qlobal Forumu 15 illik Bakı prosesi platformaları müasir dünyanı narahat edən aktual problemlərin həllinə öz töhfəsini verir. Azərbaycan həqiqətlərinin dünyaya çatdırılması, ölkəmizin dünyadakı yeri mövqeyinin güclənməsi baxımından əlavə fürsətlər yaradır. Dünyada İslamofobiya siyasətinin iflasa uğraması yönündə əməli səylərini əsirgəməyən İslam dininin müqəddəs dəyərlərini, multikulturalizm ideyalarını beynəlxalq müstəvidə müdafiə edən Azərbaycan bu təsisatların, strukturların genişləndirilməsi, təşkilatı dayaqlarının artırılması işinə mühüm töhfələr verir. Azərbaycan dövlətinin dəyərli təşəbbüs və səmərəli səylərinin beynəlxalq ictimaiyyət tərəfindən layiqincə dəyərləndirilməsi və dəstəklənməsi İslam həmrəyliyi və dinlərarası əməkdaşlıq müstəvisində uğurlarımızı artıracaqdır inşallah. Bir daha bugünkü önemli tədbirin iştirakçılarına və təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Fəaliyyətlərinə uca Allah'tan ravac dilirəm. Esselamu Aleyküm və Rəhmətullahi və Bərəkatuhu.
Biz də Şeyx Həzrətlərinə öz təşəkkürümüzü bildiririk bu məzmunlu çıxışına görə. We are very thankful His Eminence for his speech. As he mentioned, not only one nation or one state, but the world altogether should unite their efforts so that we can promote and establish a peaceful environment. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ibrahim Najm, Senior Advisor to the Grand Mufti of Egypt, Secretary General for Fatwa Authorities Worldwide, and he was awarded distinguished fellowship to conduct research at Harvard Law School in 1996, a visiting researcher at the Graduate School of Islamic and Social Sciences, a visiting scholar and researcher at Oxford University in 2002, and as well as I would like to mention that he obtained his PhD in Islamic Studies in 2005 from Graduate Theological Foundation. After earning his graduate degree, he was awarded an adjunct position as an assistant professor of Arabic and Islamic Studies at St. John's University in New York. He served as a full-time imam and director at the Islamic Center of South Shore in New York, served as the first director of the Islamic Learning Foundation in College Point, NY. Mr. Najm, the floor is yours, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا وحبيبنا وشفيعنا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. صاحب الفضيلة شيخ الإسلام, distinguished guests, of course, speaking after His Eminence, it's kind of a bit challenge because His Eminence has given us a panoramic view of the problem of Islamophobia and ways to combat it. I'm not going to take much time. I promise 7 to 8 minutes because of the time. What I'm going to talk about is the problem of Islamophobia. It is a complicated phenomenon, as you all know. Multifaceted. So there is a historical side of it. There is a political side of it. There is a sociological side of it. And there is a religious side of it. And there is a media side of it. And it has existed long time before, at the time of our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and down the history until the 20th century. And there are relatively 4 major events that helped trigger the problem of Islamophobia. One event in last century, exactly in 1979, and this is the outbreak of the so-called Islamic Revolution in Iran. And then one event at the beginning of the 3rd millennium, September 11th, 2001. And by the way, I was in New York City that day. And relatively 2 major events recently, the Danish cartoon in Denmark and the Charlie Hebdo saga in France. And there are so many incidents that happen day in and day out. As such, this phenomenon existed and exists in the present sense and will exist in the future. But the question that we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do to combat it? What is it that we can do to reduce it? And what is it that we can do to give a picture of Islam as our beloved Prophet ﷺ described himself, إِنَّمَا أَنَا رَحْمَةٌ مُهْدَى. I am nothing but a gift of mercy to the entire world. How can we Muslims, 1.8 billion people, take the responsibility in our own hands and do something to combat it? It is not just about rhetoric or giving sermons or khutbahs that will help reduce or stop this phenomenon of Islamophobia. We need concerted efforts. We need organized efforts. And this conference, organized by Azerbaijan and the Multiculturalism Center and the Analysis Center, is a case in point, is a tool, it's an effective tool to show to the world that we can pool the resources together. Clerics, religious leaders, researchers, think tankers, media people, they can meet together, discuss ways to combat and to stop this phenomenon of Islamophobia. So, greetings and regards to the President of Azerbaijan, to the government of Azerbaijan, to Shaykh al-Islam, to all the organizers for thinking about this important issue that affects and impacts the lives of Muslims as well as non-Muslims, the issue of Islamophobia. And I'm here to share with you what I believe to be a success story in reducing and combating Islamophobia that we, in our limited resources, have done in Egypt, through Egypt's Dar al-Ifta and of course Al-Azhar, and also the General Secretary for fatwa authorities worldwide. This secretariat was established in 2015, about 7-8 years ago, and one of the top aims and goals of this secretariat was to combat Islamophobia and hate speech. So what we have done, so I'm going to share with you 5 initiatives that we have done, and I hope that, inshallah, through discussions and through meeting the brothers and sisters and the specialists, we can improve on these initiatives and think about other initiatives that will help us to stop and reduce and combat Islamophobia. So the first thing that we need to do is to take responsibility about this issue. We cannot just throw the blame on this politician or this media guy or this journalist or this professor. We have a role to play to engage and talk to the people and give them the correct image and the correct picture of our true, authentic Islam, which is unfortunately were hijacked by a number of extremists. So these 5 initiatives, I will mention them and I will spend half a minute each. The first initiative that we took is that we established an observatory for monitoring Islamophobia. Because sometimes our memory, we call it in Arabic, is like the fish memory. Fish memory. Sometimes a major event that triggers Islamophobia is done somewhere in the world. Couple of days later, something comes up and takes the trend and people forget about it. So the first systematic tool that we used is that we established an observatory that monitors not only Islamophobic speech, but hate speech in general, including extremism, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So we have a huge archive, a huge data about the incidence of Islamophobia. This data is not just put to the waste, it is passed to number 2 research unit that we have, because we need to develop researchers, academic researchers who can analyze the data and give us solutions. And here, I commend the organizers for bringing such talented researchers. Last night I've met a few of them, and today I met another group of researchers who are not only just religious clerics and leaders, but social workers, academicians in the university. We need to pool these talented researchers together to produce solutions. So that's number 2. So number 1 is the observatory. Number 2 is the research. And we have done a lot of research, as I said. And number 3, which is extremely important, and we have a lot of religious leaders. We have Brother Bashar Arafat from the US, who is very good in this, which is capacity building. Capacity building. We complain a lot about media portrayal of Islam. But what we have done to reach out to the media people and tell them that this is correct because of so and so, and this is not correct because of so and so. And if you run into a question or you are writing a story about Islam and Muslims, we are here to help out. How many of us, for example, have gone to authorities, police authorities, or decision makers and politicians when they run their campaigns and tell them, we are Muslims, we are here to help out, and if you have any questions, please don't listen to the garbage that is being displayed here and there. We are here to give you a true authoritative picture of what Islam and Muslims are all about. So we have done capacity building to a number of religious leaders and media guides and media savvy people in order to reach out to them and explain to them what Islam is all about. And number 4, which again is extremely important, have what we have done in the electronic space, in this huge revolution that happened within few years. The social media outlets, the websites, the YouTube channels. So we are very good in this, and we have put together so many social media outlets, and our weekly outreach is 15 million people. 15 million people. This is an effective tool that we need to think about. Make use of this social media outlet. And number 5, which is my conclusion, is publications. Publications. And one of the good publications that we have done recently is a media guide for journalists who are covering the news about Islam and Muslims. I put this to the service of the organizers. I'm going to email it to them. But we really need to develop new tools and new ways. We have a lot to offer. Don't think that, okay, the religious clerics or religious leaders will take care of it. You, as a person, as a normal person, has a lot to offer to correct the image of Islam and Muslims, which is, we know, it is under attack. We really need, the take-home lesson that I want to conclude with is that I am responsible, and so you are responsible to combat and to stop this phenomenon. We have to think creatively about ways to stop this and reduce the challenge. I would not call the problem, it is a challenge, so we really need to pick our minds together and think about ways to stop this phenomenon. So many thanks again for Azerbaijan, this beloved country, and the people and the organizers, and first and foremost Shaykhul Islam, who honored us with his presence. And we hope and pray that this conference will conclude with practical action plan to pursue ways to stop and reduce the scourge and the challenge of Islamophobia. Thank you very much.
Mr. Najm, I am very thankful to you for your valuable speech. And as you mentioned, the problem of Islamophobia is multifaceted and multidimensional. And we should approach this topic not only from theological standpoint, but from other aspects like political, sociological, psychological, and etc. And you mentioned the efforts of Al-Azhar and initiatives in combating and reducing Islamophobia, which is, I think, is very valuable. Thank you. Thank you once again. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Iffatul Umniyat Ismail. She is a bearer of doctorate in Usul al-Fiqh from Al-Azhar University in the field of Islamic fatwa in the perspective of Usul al-Fiqh. Currently, she is a lecturer of Usul al-Fiqh in the Sharif Hidayatullah Islamic University, as well as responsible of the Nahdatul Ulama's Council of Fatwa on the religious contemporary issues. Central Board of the Nahdatul Ulama, Indonesia, represented the Central Board of Nahdatul Ulama in some outstanding international conferences in Egypt, Indonesia, and Malaysia, as she was the one and the only academic woman who represented her thoughts on the field of international relations in the international conferences of Fiqh al-Hadara, in occasion of 1 century celebration of the Nahdatul Ulama. Writes some academic papers and books on the field of Islamic studies and contemporary issues. Mrs. Ismail, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa mawalah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'd. فاسمحوا لي أن أتحدث أمام حضراتكم في هذا الملتقى بالنيابة عن جمعية نهضة العلماء في إندونيسيا ورئيسها سماحة الشيخ يحيى خليل ثقوف الذي يعتذر عن الحضور في هذا الملتقى لظروف مشاغله القاهرة، وسلم عليكم كثيرا وعلى القائمين بهذا المؤتمر، راجيا من الله تعالى أن يوفقكم بما فيه عمل، بما فيه مصلحة للإسلام والمسلمين والعالم بأسره. وشرفني أن أتحدث عن تجربة جمعية نهضة العلماء في مكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا وتعزيز تعدد الثقافات وتبادل الاحترام، وهي جمعية دينية اجتماعية استظل تحت رعايته أكثر من 90 مليون نسمة. فنهضة العلماء جمعية مستقلة ذات القوات الكبيرة سياسيا واجتماعيا، وتعد الجمعية ورثة حقيقية لمنهج الإسلام السمحة المتسم بالتوازن والاعتدال، توارثنا جيلا عن جيل من مسالك أولياء الله التسعة في القرن الثالث عشر الميلادي الذين دعوا إلى الله تعالى ونجحوا في نشر الإسلام في أنحاء أرخب جنوب شرق آسيا بطريقة سلمية بالآداب والأحوال، لا بحد السيوف وضرب القنابل. وهذه الجمعية واجهت تحديات كبيرة سواء على الصعيد الداخلي والخارجي، وهذه الجمعية تحاول على أن تحافظ سلامة الدولة الإندونيسية الموحدة وسلميتها من التفكك والاضطراب، كما تحاول أن تحافظ على منهج السواد الأعظم من جماهير المسلمين، وهو منهج موصوف بالوسطية والتسامح مع المحافظة على كيان الأمة دون تفريط ولا إفراط. فكأننا نعيش بين شقي راحة تشدد الأصولية من الداخل وتشدد الماقتين من الخارج. فالأول أطلق عليه رئيس جمعية نهضة العلماء بالكافرفوبيا، ثم الثاني وهو ما تحدثنا اليوم وهو الإسلاموفوبيا أو نزعة الكراهية ضد الإسلام. وكانت الجمعية ورجاله في مقدمة صفوف المعترفين بحقوق غير المسلمين وطوائف الأقليات العرقية المختلفة، كما أقر رئيس جمهورية الراحل وهو الشيخ عبد الرحمن عبد الوحيد وهو من زعماء هذه الجمعية بهذه الحقوق رسميا، وهذه حقوق الطوائف المنبوذين قبل فترة رئاسته القصيرة نسبيا، وهذه الجمعية سارت على هذا المنوال. أما الإسلاموفوبيا فالجدير بالإشارة إنها تنقسم إلى قسمين: الإسلاموفوبيا السلبي أو باسيف إسلاموفوبيا، والإسلاموفوبيا الهمجي أو أكتيف إسلاموفوبيا. فيظهر الإسلاموفوبيا السلبي من خلال أعمال التهميش أو التحيز اللاشعوري ضد كل ما ينتمي إلى الهوية الإسلامية. فقد حاولت الجمعية أو جمعية نهضة العلماء من أجل تقريب مظاهر الإسلامية إلى قلوب الناس، مثلا بإعادة الترويج لصياغ مأثورة من الصلوات على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والفنون الاستعراضية الموروثة عن العلماء والأولياء بطريقة تحظى بالقبول الجارف، كيف لا وهي تناسب ما تكون عليه الذوق الفني لشباب جيل الألفية الحالية. أما الإسلاموفوبيا الهمجي فمن أسباب ظهوره انغلاق بعض المسلمين على أنفسهم وتصرف بعض المتطرفين الذين يسيئون إلى الدين الإسلام، كما أن هناك أسباب أخرى وهي الخوف من انتشار الإسلام في أنحاء أوروبا بشكل سريع، بالإضافة إلى سيلان المعلومات المغلوطة عن الإسلام، وكل ذلك أدى إلى تحريف صورة الإسلام الحنيف عن حقيقته، والناس أعداء ما جهلوا كما يقولون. وكل ذلك إنما ينشأ عن طريقة تفكير متشدد أو عن فقه تقليد من بعض المسلمين الذين يرفضون به كل مستجدات الحداثة ومستلزماتها السياسية والاجتماعية والحضارية. فلذلك صارت إعادة النظر في الفقه القديم مطلبا ضروريا في هذا الزمان، لأن الفقه يحتوي على الثوابت الذي وجب علينا التمسك بها والمتغيرات التي تتغير أحكامها بتغير الأحوال والأزمنة والأمكنة. ونحن الآن في حاجة إلى إعادة تجريد فقه الحضارة الإسلامي. فلماذا؟ لترشيد الأمة حتى تكون على بصيرة أمام التغيرات، ولتكون على مقدرة تامة للتعامل بالحكمة مع التحديات المتجددة بما فيها تحديات إسلاموفوبيا. باختصارا، ترى جمعية نهضة العلماء من واقع تجربتها أن مواجهة تحديات الإسلاموفوبيا إنما تكون بثلاث خطوات على الأقل. الخطوة الأولى الإصلاح من الجذور، وهي جذور التفكير الشعوري واللا شعوري للأمة. ومن لوازم هذا الإصلاح الاعتراف بلوازم الدولة الوطنية الحديثة وشرعية الأمم المتحدة، وسمينا هذا الإصلاح بتجريد فقه الحضارة. ثم الخطوة الثانية التوعية المستمرة لأبناء هذه الأمة، هذا في الصعيد الداخلي. لماذا؟ لاجتناب العوامل والمؤثرات التي تؤثر إلى وجود الإسلاموفوبيا، طبعا مع نشر الصورة الصحيحة للإسلام. ثم الخطوة الثالثة القيام بما سميناه بالدبلوماسيات المتعددة المسارات أو multi track diplomacy، وهذا لنشر النماذج النيرة من واقع المسلمين. وإنما تكون هذه الدبلوماسية بتعاون مع جميع العاملين في مكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا، الدولة والجمعية المستقلة والعلماء والباحثون ورجال التعليم والفنون والثقافة ورجال الأعمال وغيرهم. هذا والكلام طبعا ذو شجون، وجنون الإسلاموفوبيا ذو فنون، فلا مفر من تكاتف الجهود، ونحن كلنا عاملون إن شاء الله. وشكرا لكم على حسن الاهتمام.
شكرا لك السيدة إسماعيل على خطابك القيم. You have mentioned about the reasons of Islamophobia, in particular your division, Islamophobia into passive and active. I think is very valuable. Thank you once again. And now I would like to give the floor to Kamaluddin Muhammad Nasir. He is an associate professor of sociology and was the 2016 Western Sydney University International Alumni of the Year. In 2017, he won the Nanyang Research Award for being one of the 3 best young professors university-wide. He has published articles which focus on cultural sociology, social theory, and the sociology of youth. He is a director of the United Nations Associations of Singapore and has been working on how young Muslims globally are engaging with popular culture. He is the author of 7 books, including Globalized Muslim Youth in the Asia Pacific and Representing Islam, Hip Hop of the September 11 Generation, The Fall. He will be visiting professor and the Malaysia Chair of Islam in Southeast Asia at Georgetown University. Mr. Nasser, the floor is yours. Sorry? Saliba? Okay. It was a mistake. Maybe he is absent. Or now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Saliba Osman. Saliba Osman, after his education in the Darul Zafaran Seminary in Turkey, he taught the Syriac language at Mor Sarbel Church in Midyat between 1980 to 1983. In the same period, he took lessons from Rabban Evgin Kaplan, the priest of Mor Gabriel Monastery, on subjects such as theology, church history, and Syriac language and literature. In 1983, he attained the seminary of the Mor Gabriel Monastery with the aim of becoming a priest. Attending classes on church history and Latin church fathers at Oxford University, Black Friars Hall between 1999 to 2000. He studied pastoral theology at Plato College between 2000 to 2001. On February 9, 2003, he was ordained by more and more Ignatius Zekka Ivas as the Syriac Metropolitan of Mardin and Diyarbakir, taking the name Mor Felixinios Saliba Osman. Since then, he has indirectly contributed to the recognition of Syriac language. Mr. Osman, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished leaders, participants, I would like to thank you all in the name of God. And I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to all the organizers of this wonderful international conference on Islamophobia. And now I'd like to give my speech in Turkish in order to address my directly to my kardeş Azerbaycan milletine. On this address, inançsal, kültürel ve sosyal çoğunluğun zenginliği olarak Mardin kenti yöresi. Değerli liderler, konferansın organizatörleri ve katılımcılar, sizleri selam ve sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Bugün hazır bulunduğumuz İslamofobiya açık bir örnek olarak ırkçılık ve ayrımcılık, global ve milletler arası yeni meydan okumalar adlı konferansın başarılı olmasına yönelik duyduğum mutluluğu ve beslediğim güçlü umudu belirtmek isterim. Söz konusu konumuza girmeden önce Türkiye ve Suriye'yi vuran 2 deprem hakkında duygularımı ifade etmeme izin verin. Şöyle ki 6 Şubat'ta gece vakti saat 4:15 sularında ve buz gibi soğuğun olduğu gece vaktinde 2 feci deprem yaşanmıştır. Merkezi ülkemizde Kahramanmaraş olmak üzere bu depremler 10 vilayeti ve de Suriye'yi vurmuştur. Siz değerli katılımcıların da 2 ülkenin Türkiye ve Suriye'nin basın, yayın ve televizyonlarından haberdar olduğunuz üzere maalesef 10 binlerce insan ölmüş, bir o kadarı yıkılan binaların enkazı altında kalmış ve milyonlarcası da söz konusu depremlerden etkilenmişlerdir. Yaşanan bu sarsıntıların dehşet vericiliği ve sonrasındaki artçıların büyüklüğü kalpleri dağlamış ve insan aklına durgunluk vermiştir. Eğer yaşadığım memleketi anlatmam gerekirse, bu deprem Türkiye'nin 10 vilayetindeki evleri ve yapıları vuran büyük bir felaketti. Tarihi yerler, özellikle kadim ve tarihi kent Antakya'da ise kiliseler, camiler, sinagoglar ve diğer tarihi eserler fark etmeksizin çoğu yıkılmıştır. İster Hristiyan, ister Müslüman, ister Yahudi veya başkaları olsun, tüm yurttaşların yüreği acı ve kederle kaplanmıştır. Bu büyük felakette Tanrı'nın suretinde ve benzeyişinde yaratılan insan kardeşler olarak bizler tanıklıkta bulunuyoruz ki üzerimize çullanan bu felaket kurbanlarının Müslüman mı, Yahudi mi ya da Hristiyan mı olduklarını sormadan hepsini acımasızca biçti. Bu yüzden bir araya geldiğimiz bu özel ve değerli günde çok önemli olduğunu gördüğüm durum şudur ki, birbirimize sahip çıkmalı, maddi ve manevi olarak birbirimize yardım etmeliyiz. Sevgi, dostluk, merhamet ve şefkat çerçevesi içinde tüm inanç, kimlik, kültür, dil ve milliyet farkı gözetmeksizin uyum ve dayanışma içinde olmalıyız. Böylece herkesin ve genelin yararı için koşuşturan, tüm inançların ve halkların yerel ve milli barışın tadıyla hoşnut olmaları için iyi bir gelecek adına onurlu toplumu inşa edebiliriz. Öyleyse kardeşlerim, söz konusu ülkelerdeki insanları maddi ve manevi olarak vuran bu acımasız deprem darbesinin yarasını sarmak için hep birlikte ve dayanışma içinde dua edip yardım edelim. Ve de tek yürek olup birbirimizin huzuru ve sükuneti için dua edelim. Hatırlamakta önemli gördüğüm bu sözleri söyledikten sonra şimdi konferansın konusu olan dinsel çoğunluğu ve inançlar arasında karşılıklı saygıyı yaratarak uyumlu toplumlar inşa etme konusuna gelmek isterim. Zira bu konu yaşadığımız dünyada ekmek ve suya ihtiyaç duyduğumuz gibi farklı inanç, milliyet, kültür ve dil sahibi olan hepimiz için önemli ve zorunlu olan bir konudur. Birbirimizin dini, inancı ve geleneklerine yönelik duyduğumuz karşılıklı saygı, takılmadan adım atıp yürümemiz gereken düzgün yolun kendisidir. Çünkü bu sayede bize Tanrı'nın kutsal suretinin muhteşem bir şekilde bizde resmedildiğini açıkça ve belirgin şekilde görülmektedir. Bu suretle hep beraber büyük bir zenginlik olarak kimliğimizle, inancımızla, milliyetimizle, dilimizle, geleneğimizle ve birbirimizi olduğumuz gibi kabul ederek sevgi, hoşgörü ve saygı çerçevesinde kutsanıyor ve de güçleniyoruz. Zira her halk taşıdığı kendine özgü karakteristik özelliklere sahiptir. Her bir halkın özelliği, kültürü ve inancı tüm insanlığımızın bedeninde yararlı bir organ olarak sayılır. Öyleyse din ve inanç farkı gözetmeksizin birbirimize sunduğumuz dua, istek, yardım veya dayanışma, karşılıklı saygının, dostluğun ve sevginin iyileştirici kökleriyle insanlığımızın bedenini tedavi etmek zorunda olduğumuz ilacın kendisidir. Ve bunlara canlı bir örnek olarak Mardin kenti ve yöresi. Kuşkusuz bir bahçe, içinde barındırdığı çiçeklerle ve güllerle güzel ve parlaktır. Zira göz alıcı süsünü onlardan alır, kuşanmış oldukları güzelliklerle ve taşıdıkları güzel ve cezbedici kokularla zenginleşir. Fakat tek bir çiçeği ya da gülü ihtiva ederse o zaman tam anlamıyla bir bahçe sayılmaz. Aynı zamanda onu bezenmiş ve zengin bir bahçe diye de adlandıramayız. Aynı şekilde yaşamakta olduğumuz bu geçici dünyada da toplum, halk ya da devlet içlerinde dinleri, kültürleri, dilleri, soyları, medeniyetleri ve çeşitli inançları ihtiva eden birer bahçedir. Bunların her biri güzel, hoş kokulu, göz alıcı ve güzel renkli bir çiçeğe benzetilir. Her bir inanç, dil ve kültür çeşidi yaşadığımız bu medeni hayatta o toplumun ve de o ülkenin güzelliğidir. Nasıl ki işlenen bir bahçe kendi güzelliği ve zenginliği için güllerini ve çiçeklerini veriyorsa, aynı şekilde ülkeler de kendi güzellikleri ve zenginlikleri için ilim ve bilgi aletleriyle işlenerek ister ferdi, ister kolektif olsun çiçeklere, güllere ve göz alıcı ağaçlara benzeyen yurttaşları yetiştirirler. Bu ise iyi niyet, kocaman yürek, saf sevgi ve birbirimize yönelik karşılıklı saygı olmadan tamamlanamaz. Burada hatırlamakta ve değerli katılımcıların dikkatini çekmek zorunda olduğum nokta şudur ki, başkasının ırkına, dinine ve inancına yönelik ayrımcılık ve zorbalık, hem Tanrı'nın, Allah'ın iradesine hem de Rabbin kendi inayetiyle yarattığı görkemli suret ve benzeyişe düşmanlık ve karşıtlıktır. Bu benzeyiş ve bu suret biz insanlarız. Farklı dinlerimiz ve inançlarımızla. Türkiye'mizin Güneydoğu bölgesinde yer alan Mardin kenti yöresi, farklı dinlerin, milletlerin, dillerin ve inançların ortaklaşa yaşamı için canlı ve eller tutulur bir örnektir. Bu yöre halkları ve inançlarıyla zengindir. Tıpkı bahçenin gül ve çiçekleriyle zengin olması gibi. İçinde yaşayan halklar çok kadim bir geleneğe sahiptirler. Öyle ki Hristiyan, Müslüman ya da başkaları ister dini, ister resmi bayramlaşmalarda her türlü sevgi ve karşılıklı saygıyla birbirlerinin bayramlarını yaraşır şekilde ve coşkuyla kutlarlar. Ve bu kıymetli gelenek bölgede asırlardır sürdürülmektedir. Hiç kuşku yok ki Mardin ve çevresi ortaya çıkartılması gereken belirgin bir örnektir. Dahası tarihine daldığımızda çok açık bir şekilde asırlarca farklı medeniyetlerin beşiği olduğu anlaşılmaktadır. Zira içinde barındırdığı her kilise, manastır, cami, medrese, ibadethane ve özellikle yaşadığım Darüzzafar Manastırı, ülkemiz Türkiye başta genel olarak tüm dünya için tarihi bir mirastır. Değerli dinleyici kardeşlerim, sonuç olarak ister doğuda ister batıda bulunan kentler vardır ki, hiç kuşku yok ki dünyanın farklı medeniyetlerinin merkezi ve beşiğidirler. Bunlar bağırlarında farklı dinleri, kültürleri ve inançları kucaklarlar. Ve bunlar dünya mirası adına büyük bir zenginlik olarak günümüze dek ayakta kalarak ulaşmışlardır. Bizler bir bütün halinde bu büyük mirasın çocukları olarak inançlarımız, dillerimiz ve kültürlerimizle yoğrulmuş bu zengin mirası taşıma sorumluluğunu üstleniyoruz. Son olarak sevgili kardeşlerim, rehberimiz de Tanrı'nın büyük sevgisidir. Devamında büyük bir zenginlik olarak karşılıklı gösterdiğimiz saygı ve hoşgörü çerçevesinde birbirimizi kendi inancında, kültüründe ve dilinde olduğumuz gibi kabul etmemizdir. Din ve ırk fanatizminden sakınalım. Çünkü bu nefsin öldürücü zehridir. Dinleme nezaketiniz ve sabrınız için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun, var olun.
Sayın Özmen, biz de size çok değerli konuşmanızdan dolayı teşekkürlerimizi arz ederiz. Ayrıca Türkiye'deki deprem sadece Türkiye'nin değil, bütün dünyanı üzdü. Özellikle Azerbaycan halkını. Vefat edenlere Allah'tan rahmet, yaralılara acil şifalar diliyoruz. As you mentioned, for centuries, Mardin is a very rich city in terms of different ethnic and religious groups. And despite of this diversity, people of Mardin managed to create a tolerant environment. Thank you very much for your speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Yahya Pallavicini to deliver his speech on the Baku process as prevention to anti-Muslim hatred in Europe. And I would like to briefly give information about him. Mr. Yahya Pallavicini is Vice President of Koreis, the Islamic religious community, Italy, Imam of Al-Wahid Central Mosque in Milan, Chairman of Ulama, the European Muslim Scholars Council, Brussels, Ambassador, ISESCO Islamic Organization for Education, Science and Culture, member of the Executive Council of the World Muslim Communities Council, member of the board of G20 Religion Forum, Indonesia, co-vice chair of Muslim Jewish Leaders Council, Vienna, member of European Religions for Peace, Berlin, from 2015 in cooperation with the United Nations, and CAICID has participated in the writing of a plan of action for religious leaders for violence prevention in seminars organized in Fez, Treviso, New York, and Vienna. Mr. Pallavicini, the floor is yours, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for this generous presentation, and thanks to Azerbaijan for this invitation and also for organizing this first annual conference on Islamophobia after the United Nations declaration and endorsement of this International Day against Islamophobia. I am very glad to be back in Baku in Azerbaijan, and I greet His Eminence the Grand Mufti of Caucasus, Salah Shukur. That is a very distinguished personality of Islamic knowledge and wisdom also for us in Europe as a point of reference of doctrine in the contemporary challenges, as it was mentioned by the Secretary General of the Mufti Council of Egypt. I will try to develop a few points, which is starting by the Baku process. I will pass by Indonesia, where there was a very interesting example for us coming from Europe with the Nusantara Manifesto, which is another example on in somehow counteracting Islamophobia with an intercultural and interreligious approach. Then going to more contemporary examples, it will be what was signed 5 years ago in Abu Dhabi, which is the human fraternity document between Pope Francis and the Grand Imam Sheikh Al-Azhar Ahmed Al-Tayyib, and finish with some more European experiences. One was the European policy paper on hatred, and our local example in Italy and in Milan. But the first point I wanted to introduce with these, before these 4 steps, is a semantic, terminological approach. Islamophobia has nothing to do with arachnophobia or with claustrophobia. Claustrophobia is a pathology for persons who are sick and are afraid of small spaces, dark spaces. Arachnophobia is a pathology, again, of persons who are afraid of spiders. So arachnophobia and claustrophobia are pathologies that have been scientifically agreed in order to cure some psychosis of persons in the East and in the West that might have these sickness. Islamophobia has nothing to do with this. It has no scientific terminology, it has no pathology, and it has no psychosis, because Islam has nothing to do with a pathology and with a psychosis. So I think that now the European institutions are actually re-managing the term, and the new appointed manager on this topic, Madame Lalisse, of the European Union, is the Director for Anti-Muslim Hatred and Discrimination. So terminology is changing. And maybe it might be better framed, but I'm not going into an etymological discussion. But we have to be aware of what is a pathological psychosis and what is not a pathological psychosis. Because as it was mentioned at the beginning yesterday of the conference, we are trying to have an interdisciplinary approach based on scientific analysis and experiences worldwide on how to understand and how to approach and solve maybe the issues connected to Islamophobia. Now, why I am starting by the Baku process, which goes back to 2008, because it gave, according to this panel, already the guidelines for intercultural and interreligious approach as a counter-narrative to these situations. Because it stressed, if I may say only specifically one point, was East-West intercultural and interreligious relations. I'm saying this because within the frame of the attack and the challenge of Islamophobia, there is also the question of East-West. Who is a good and who is a bad interlocutor? Which is completely something which is wrong, because they are good and bad interlocutors in the East and in the West. So to have this polarization of one good identity against the other good identity, and then associate the bad identity to Islam, is one of the skills of Islamophobia. And that's why the Baku process, in trying to facilitate and engage in intercultural East-West exchanges, dialogue, cooperation, and development, has tried already to provide a counter-narrative in terms of methodological approach through respect, reconciliation, and giving also an interdisciplinary approach which was connecting scientific academical studies on East-West relations, but also with culture, art, and science as part of a common engagement in this dialogue. The second one is actually for us, at least in Europe, quite an interesting example because it's not much developed, is the Nusantara Manifesto in 2017, which is in somehow follows what was called in Indonesia by Nahdlatul al-Ulama the example of humanitarian Islam. But be careful, this is not something demagogic, love and peace, humanity. It's something that goes into the root of the identity of what is a human being. And what is a human being? According to his Islamic doctrine, fitra, which means the true inner dimension of his spiritual and soul and action process as a person and as a believer that is part of a universal dimension in his duties towards the transcendental dimension of God as the creator of universe, mankind, and actions. So it frames the whole context of a more deeper dimension of what is a human being and what can be humanitarian Islam. And if you know what is a human being and what is humanitarian Islam, there is no Islamophobia unless you want to create it. But then you have a misleading, ambiguous, evident intention. So I think this is quite interesting because another point of the Nusantara Manifesto is no tribalism and no secular ideologies. So these two extremes are in somehow part of what could be the mistake of Islamophobia. On one side, the polarization of a ultra-orthodox secular ideology against religions, differences of cultures, and suprematist Western exclusive identity. And on the other side, you have a tribal interpretation of life, humanity, and again, monocultural identity. And humanitarian Islam and the Nusantara Manifesto shows that this has nothing to do with the Islamic authentic pluralism of interpretations of theological, juridical, and spiritual dimensions. And so this can provide within the Muslim Ummah, the Muslim community, the counter-narrative to any kind of misleading interpretation of Islam and therefore also to Islamophobia. The last 2 points goes to the interreligious dimension. Because in Abu Dhabi, in the capital of the United Arab Emirates, when Pope Francis with the Vatican signed and proposed eventually this human fraternity document with Sheikh Al-Azhar Ahmed Al-Tayyib, it was a long process of preparation to brotherhood, to recognize the friendship and the respect of a common humanity in diversity of beliefs and in diversity of religious identities. So again, Islamophobia or Christianophobia or anti-Semitism, I'm glad to say this here in the presence of the president of the Jewish community here in Azerbaijan, has nothing, it cannot be taken as a fan club, football, enemy situation. There is no way that one could find an enemy among brothers. No way one could find enemies among citizens, among believers of different religions, and among citizens of different nations and cultures. So this is how I think also the Human Fraternity document was framed in order to find a common ground, but also a common goal for believers of different religions, especially Christianity and in Islam worldwide. And the last point is coming to Europe, the issue that sometimes Islamophobia is in another artificial way confused with the rhetoric of a propaganda against migrants, against diversities. So you have this Western ultra-Orthodox propaganda that wants to avoid any migration, any diversity, any changement of the Western welfare system or system of life, and is demonizing diversity, migrants, Muslims as a threat to this context. And again, the play of this propaganda is polarization, is trying to avoid the question of, through hate speech, the question of a common belonging to society in the challenges of diversity. So what we are trying to do in Milan and in Italy, to conclude, is actually on one side to help our own Muslim brothers and sisters in the West not to get involved and brainwashed in this Islamophobic agenda or propaganda, but to be proactive, not victims, in terms of being also aware of some misleading internal interpretations and abuse of Islam, and on the other side, be fully citizens in the West as well as in the East, and fully believers with no psychosis or no hidden agenda. So, and this will provide a natural antidote within the West of Islam, as well as Christian and Jewish believers and citizens. And on the other side, of course, to facilitate through intercultural cooperation and interreligious dialogue a better knowledge of what is the identity of deen, of religion, of spirituality, of a sacred dimension of life that inspires as an added value what can eventually develop humanity according to its fitra, but also according to its more universal dimension of richness and of brotherhood. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pallavicini. In particular, you have mentioned the importance of human fraternity document, which was signed by the Pope and the Sheikh al-Azhar, and I think it's very important as well. And it reminded me the words of Imam Ali ibn Abu Talib to his governor in Egypt. In his letter to his governor, he said, the human beings are of two kinds. Either they are your brothers in religion or your brothers in kind. إِمَّا أَخٌ لَكَ فِي الدِّينِ وَإِمَّا نَظِيرٌ لَكَ فِي الْخَلْقِ. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Georgi Zviadadze, Rector of Tbilisi Theological Academy and Seminary. Mr. Zviadadze is PhD in philology and theology. He has been the priest of the Church of Georgia since 1996. He was ordained by the Catholicos Patriarch of all Georgia, His Holiness and Beatitude Ilya II. Served at St. George of Lomisa Church in the Gildani district, Sioni Cathedral Temple of Tbilisi, and subsequently, with the blessing of the Catholicos Patriarch of all Georgia, His Holiness Ilya II, he was appointed Dean of Kashveti Church of St. George. In 2008, he was ordained protopresbyter and appointed as Dean of Tbilisi Sioni Cathedral Temple of the Dormition of the Mother of God. For his devoted work in the bosom of the Orthodox Church, he has been entitled to wear the embellished cross and mitre. He has been rewarded with the highest reward of the Orthodox Church of Georgia, Order of Saint George. Mr. Zvidat Adzi, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, religious leaders, distinguished academics, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that it's true joy and great privilege to welcome all of you on behalf of the Catholicos Patriarch of Georgia Elias II, on behalf of the Orthodox Church of Georgia. I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee of this very important and high-level international conference, results of which will be very positive. I would like to extend warmest greetings from the Patriarch of Georgia to His Excellency Sheikhul Islam Allah Shukur Pashazadeh, the chairman of the Caucasus Muslims Board, internationally recognized and respected religious leader in the world. I would like to mention here that on the personal initiative of His Excellency Sheikhul Islam Allah Shukur Pashazadeh, and with the support of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, a number of international conferences were held in the context of the dialogue of civilizations around the world, which deserves the deepest respect, as long as it serves to ensure an environment of mutual respect, trust, tolerance, peace, and cooperation between representatives of different faiths. Ensuring the peaceful coexistence of different religions and civilizations is a serious challenge of the modern world, especially in our era when there is an increasing process of globalization. In recent years, the concept of post-secularism has gained growing importance in social sciences. Charles Taylor and Jürgen Habermas devoted an important place in their studies to the analysis of the post-secular theory. Brian Wilson believes that secularism is a process when religious thought, practical activities, and institutions lose social significance. Regardless of what definition we use to explain the concept of secularism, its main essence is still the same. It implies an extreme weakening of the influence of religion on people's consciousness, or its complete elimination from public life. In relation to the mentioned issue, a number of questions arise related to the essence of religion, its purpose and function, which require an impartial, objective, and research study along with all the factors that determine it, because a superficial approach to such issues becomes a basis for the development of a wrong strategy by certain groups, and this leads to confrontations and conflicts. The assumption that technological progress would reduce the influence of religion on society has not been borne out. On the contrary, its role in international relations is growing increasingly. Neither the development of science nor technological progress, especially in the 20th century, nor totalitarian regimes hostile to religion could eliminate religion from people's consciousness. The process of globalization, which is characterized by several aspects, including economic, cultural, and political, is accompanied by challenges, which is why dialogue and cooperation between civilizations are becoming increasingly relevant, which largely depends on both politicians and religious leaders, on the recognizing by them of the multi-civilizational character of global politics and promoting relations based on mutual respect and tolerance. Experts on international relations point out that globalization also includes in itself the existence of different cultures and does not strive for uniformity. Otherwise, the resistance to this process will be inevitable. Taking into consideration that the primary objective for small or large nations with centuries-old history and traditions has always been and will be to protect their culture and spiritual values,
which essentially defines their identity, worldview, and way of life. People and nations are trying to answer the most important questions, which has been essential in every era of human history, since it relates to the question of identity and self-determination. People define their identity according to their origin, religion, language, history, traditions, as well as the system of their values, by which they are associated with culture and ethnic groups, religious communities, nations, and civilizations. Today, it is especially evident that the influence of religious leaders in the world is gradually increasing. Therefore, politicians and decision-makers realize that there is a great need for religious leaders to actively and effectively participate in the prevention of various conflicts and their peaceful resolution. The role of religious leaders is also special in leading a dialogue of civilizations, which should become the basis for cooperation and not confrontation between different religions, cultures, and civilizations. The fact that millions of people believe in one or another religion and that they hear the voice of their religious leaders more than politicians is an important factor, because with the mutual cooperation of religious leaders, when it comes to such universal values as peace, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence, it is possible to achieve the avoiding of conflicts as well as regulating it without using violent methods. It can be said that all the major religions teach love, forgiveness, kindness, and as confirmed by official data, the number of people who follow these religions is very large. However, instead of the result of all this being desirable, it is a sad fact that among the followers of religion, there are frequent contradictions and even fierce confrontations between them. The reason may be the fact that there are radical groups in various religions and cultures which willingly or unwillingly contribute to the incitement of fanaticism and internal conflicts, and the positive role of the main religions has not been properly used to date. So that the result might be, if not perfect, at least close to such. Representatives of different religions can cooperate with each other to ensure peaceful coexistence and a tolerant environment without any compromise with respect to their religious teachings. In this process, the role of cooperative religious non-state actors is very significant. They should spare no effort to promote peace processes and dialogue between civilizations, which from the point of view of ensuring cooperative security has no alternative. When I received an invitation to take part to this conference, and I would like to thank to the organizers, Mr. Ravan, Mr. Farid, so many thanks to you and to all the members of the organizing committee. I studied the statements adopted at international conferences. These statements are reflected in the declarations and reports adopted at international conferences and religious summits. We consider that it is essential, as long as these declarations display the official position of the highest representatives of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. These statements are unequivocal answer regarding the fact that Islamophobia is devoid of any basis and is extremely unacceptable. Among them suffices to mention international conferences and summits held in Bern, Switzerland in 1992, and Bosporus, Turkey in 1994, Vienna. Several conferences were held in 1995, 1999, and 2014. Brussels, Belgium in 2001, Baku, Azerbaijan in 2009, 2010, 2016, 2017, 2019, Berlin, Germany in 2018, Moscow, Russia in 2011, Athens, Greece in 2015, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates in 2019. Even on the basis of these declarations, it can be said
unambiguously and clearly that Islam itself, as a religious doctrine, does not contain in its teaching a call to violence, and that the manifestations of extreme radicalism do not derive from the Islamic doctrine itself, but from the tendentious aspirations of specific individuals and groups who deliberately misrepresent Islam in order to use the religion to mask their criminal activities and justify extreme radicalism. Not only religious leaders, but also political scientists and experts unequivocally point out that it is unacceptable to equate terrorism with any religion or with one or another nation and people. So yesterday and today, so within the framework of this high-level international conference, I was listening very carefully to the distinguished speakers who were very eloquently and in dignified ways speaking in the context of Islamophobia. So I completely share the view of them, of distinguished academics, scholars, religious representatives, that there is no ground for Islamophobia, and it needs to be responded by peaceful means. And I do think that in order to contradict Islamophobia in many countries in the world, the best way will be to contradict it through education, through interfaith dialogue, and through the dialogue of civilizations. Once again, thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Eminences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zviadadze, for your speech and sharing your views on dialogue of civilizations, the true way of coexistence and interfaith tolerance. Thank you once again. And now I would kindly invite Mr. Farid Shafiev to read the communique. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank our great panelists, Şeyh Hazretleri, size de teşekkür bildiririm. We have one-page communique, very short. I would like to read it out. If you don't mind, we sent it previously for approval. Just a moment. It's the short of the resume, or let's say the overview, what we have discussed. So if you don't mind, we will issue as a press communique for the media. So let me read out. The Center of Analysis of International Relations and the Baku International Multicultural Center, in partnership with the G20 Interfaith Forum, held a conference titled Islamophobia as a Specific Form of Racism and Discrimination, New Global and Transnational Challenges on 15-16 March 2023 in Baku, Azerbaijan. The conference intended to serve as a contribution to combating Islamophobia in all its forms and manifestations. The conference participants, recalling the resolution 2408 adopted by the UN General Assembly, proclaiming 15 March as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, emphasized that Islamophobia had emerged as a new form of racism that includes, among others, discrimination, stigmatization, and exclusion in all areas of life. The participants during the conference discussed matters of intersectional approach in the fight against Islamophobia, conspiracy theories about Muslims in Western cultures, historical and contemporary perspective on Islamophobia, joint cooperation in the fight against Islamophobia and the role of international organizations, building harmonious societies by promoting religious diversity and interfaith respect. The participants acknowledged that Islamophobia and Orientalism, in all of its complexity, have deep root in the history of European colonialism. They underlined the presence of Islamophobic bias and mindset among policymakers, and their influence in many political institutions at every level, from the European Parliament to local municipalities. Deep concern was expressed at the constant increase in signs
of structural Islamophobia in Europe and other parts of the world, which has reached its peak with a dramatic leap in recent times. The participants called on stopping to disseminate the prejudices and biases on Islam and Muslims through mainstream and social media, which are leading to undermining the foundation of inclusive societies, emphasized necessity to make clear boundaries between the free speech and hate speech, and prevent denigrating and mocking rhetoric. Just for example, Charlie Hebdo. The conference reiterated the primary responsibility of international organizations and policymakers to expand to the existing legal instruments and policy measures which are not enough to counter stereotypes on Islam and Muslims. The participants agreed to further enhance cooperation and collaboration in the area of combating Islamophobia. The participants expressed its appreciation to the organizers and the host of the conference for timely initiative and hospitality. That's the media communique. If there is no objection, it will be issued on behalf of participants and organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shafiev. I think it is the result of all the views that expressed in our conference. And finally, I would invite Mr. Sahibzadeh to present some pictures of solidarity. Firstly, to Mr. Ravan Hasanov.
Your Excellency. Pakistan solidarity with Azerbaijan.
Okay. This is Pakistan solidarity with Azerbaijan. The picture. We are very grateful to our Pakistani brothers. Sorry? Yeah. This recommendation stuff, yeah. Okay. Okay. Mr. Shafiev, you are welcome here. Yeah, Mr. Shafiev.
This demonstration held. Thank you.
İndi də Şeyx Həzrətlərinə hədiyyəsi var, təqdim edəcək. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So it is my honor to close the session. I think it's the last session here, Ravan Hasanov. If you have any further expression, I am very thankful to organizers, in particular to Mr. Ravan Hasanov, Farid Shafiev, and all the team for organizing such an event, wonderful event, and I am very thankful to all the participants, all the speakers, all the guests. Thank you very much. So we'll take photos all together. Yeah.